Alright, what's cooking, everybody? I know it's a little bit later than I usually like to start. I try to get ready at about 10 o'clock normally, but it's a little late today. I'm going to try to have a stream every night this week. I'm not sure if I'll be able to do one that I usually do for the normal length, but there's a lot of stuff that I want to get into, and just because of the situation with my hard drive, I don't want to not be producing anything, just because, you know, the longer I wait to actually make anything, the longer it'll take for me to get through the stuff that I want to do. So I plan on finishing all of Rift Lord for Orcs 3 and then probably do some Endless. I might save Endless for the weekends just because I'm not sure exactly how long those levels are going to take, and they tend to be long even with the changes to the pathing and everything else. So excuse me, we'll see how that goes. Also, I want to check one thing real quick. Okay, so there's no new info yet. Just did a quick perusal of the Reddit, which they normally like to post any updates or anything for the game on. So ultimately, I'm going to continue what I was doing at Rift Lord. I'll probably go back and do individual levels as smaller videos after I have a working content hard drive. Right now, like, I just don't have a place to put all of that information, and my hard drives are kind of all full up. And yeah, the one that I used to store all my content is going bad, so I want to wait for the new one to get here before I go ahead and just try to recover the data, because once you know a hard drive's starting to go bad, I'm not sure how many of you actually deal with a lot of computer stuff, but you kind of want to stop using it to make sure that you cause as few further like problems with it as possible before you actually get to back things up. So that's kind of where I'm at. And since when is this game out? This game has been out since what, July 14th, I think? Wait, was it that long ago? Yeah, I think it was. It is available on Stadia through Google. So if Stadia is available in your country, you can sign up, and it is available for a one-time purchase of, I think, about $30 US. That may translate into different currencies. I know some people said it was about 25 euros or pounds. I think it was British pounds. But yeah, if you also sign up for Stadia and have a Pro subscription, it's included with Pro at no additional charge. So as long as you have Pro, you can just play the game. Damn, I was so fast that Unchained was gone and I didn't hear anything about 3. So I was one of the people that was trying to communicate about what was going on with Orcs 3. We knew that it was in development after Unchained shut down, but we didn't have a release date or anything. And then I think maybe about half a year ago, maybe a little bit longer, we found out that it was in production and going to be a Stadia exclusive. We didn't find out it was going to be part of Pro until like it actually dropped out. Is it on PS4? No. Currently, it is only on Stadia. There's some sort of exclusivity deal with this game at the moment, so I don't know exactly when it's going to come to any other platforms, whether it be other stores on PC or consoles. That's something that we'll find out when, you know, Robot's able to tell us. But I don't think with this being a Stadia exclusive right now that they're allowed to just give out all of that information or plans if they even have them. I miss Unchained. This low-key hurts me. I completely understand your feelings. Unchained was a great game, and I hope that in some shape or form it comes back someday. Have you played it before? I have made many videos on Unchained and beaten every level in the game with pretty much every character. So, yeah, I played a bit. I need overpowered Elin back. Look, man, I just want Super Saiyan Brass back for like 5 minutes. That's all I need. Just 5 minutes. You give me a ton of orcs, you give me that blunderbuss, and then we can make some things happen. Alright, but let's go ahead and get into this. So, really hope they add character variety like in OMDU. I wouldn't mind more emphasis on the character abilities. I think they could definitely be tweaked from what they are right now. Like, they're unique, but they don't all feel really functional for the way that the game's designed right now. You miss Unchained? I miss Unchained too. I mean, 3, I watched your strats. Oh, have I played 3 before? Yeah, I played it a bit. I've already completed War Mage. I was working on getting videos recorded for Rift Lord as my hard drive failed. I was wondering why like the rendering for the last couple of videos I was working on just failed, and I'm like, alright, this is unusual. So, you know, I tried it a couple of times just to be sure. Failed every time. And any word on when they will have DLC for this game? Not yet. More than likely, because of the way that like the updates have been coming for this game, I'll find out pretty much the same time as you guys will. If you want to follow the updates for the game, the best places are probably the Orcs Must Die Twitter or the Orcs Must Die Reddit. The community manager Juice pretty much drops info on the 4 platforms that they use all at the same time. But excuse me, Twitter and Reddit seem to be the most consistent for just getting a lot of the details, though most of the time it's a link to the Reddit post. How did the war scenarios play solo? I've heard they're a bit more difficult solo. I don't think that the war scenarios are any more difficult solo. I think the issue really comes with like once you get to a point where you need to funnel your enemies. Some scenarios are easier than others, but the biggest issue I think with war scenarios is people blowing all of their coin on the war traps, which are good and they're really lethal, but generally they don't deal with all of the enemies without some sort of backup or assistance. So you need to sort of build behind your war traps. Like the war traps can take out a ton of the orcs, but you need to be prepared for the ones that they don't. And that's probably where the majority of people I think have issues with war scenarios. Because I played around with the war traps and the war scenarios when you first get them, and like they're all good. Like I don't find any of them to be terrible or anything like that, which is great. But at the same time, like I noticed that no matter how good they are at handling things, they're just not going to kill everything. So can you show all the heroes? Because I'm curious now. Sure, they're all in the spell book. I don't have all the skins yet. Still got to earn some skulls for that. This is everybody currently in the game. You have Cygnus, who is, you know, the old man, the tutored Max. Though this is him in his young form because the initial war scenarios are all flashbacks to when Cygnus and Vorwick were young. So this is Vorwick. He's the villain of this game, and this is also him in his young form. Cocky as hell is the character too. And then Egan and Kelsey are the new apprentices. These are the characters that you get to play with when you begin the game. Weapons are locked when you first go through War Mage, so that's something to be aware of. Egan has a longbow, which is precise, can fire a barrage of shots up close, and well, you don't have to be up close. It's just if you want to hit with more than one, you should be. But yeah, he basically acts as like a sort of sniper, and then Kelsey is the blunderbuss, so you get like a 4-round shotgun burst before you got to do a flippy reload. And then you got Gabrielle, and I don't know why they called Max Prisoner Max. I guess because this is his old form. Do all characters have unique kits? So right now, the way that it works, and I don't know if this is going to change or if, because this is pretty much the state that the game dropped in, except for one update, which did something with the pathing. And what happens is every character has one character specific ability right now, and it's done by double jumping. Cygnus feigns death just like he did originally in Unchained. He drops and he starts to regen his health while he's lying on the ground. Vorwick has a short range blink similar to Gabriella in Unchained. Egan has a ground pound, so he slams the ground with his fist, and it knocks down all of the enemies directly around you as long as they can be knocked down. Heavier enemies might just be moved slightly, but it does damage, and it can be used for combos. And then Gabriella has Featherfall, so she falls slowly, and you can cover a lot of distance horizontally while you're in the air. It's useful for moving around certain maps where you have multiple levels, but if you don't have that, then it's not really that great. Kelsey has Levitation, which is a bit trickier to use, but is actually pretty good. When you jump in the air, when you hit the space button again, she freezes like in that point, and you can fire all of your weapons and trinkets and things like that from there, as well as just being able to position yourself in like unique places, like being above like a path that's just opened up and being able to shoot people below you. It's been useful in a few situations, and it's probably got some more stuff that you can do with it that a lot of people just haven't experimented with that much. But it's probably one of the coolest abilities other than Egan's ground pound. And then Max just has a double jump, and it's probably like the most milquetoast of the bunch. It doesn't really feel that special, but I think that's just because there's not too many places where it feels like it helps you get around right now. If they do like add in more stages or make edits to them to allow the double jump to be like a bit more friendly for traversing them, then maybe it'll feel useful. But right now, the only thing it's good for is getting out of like orcs when you get surrounded or something like that, in my opinion. Like, I haven't seen anybody else use it for anything else, so yeah, that is what it is. So I'm trying to figure out the best place to start here. Should we just run through all of the Rift Lord maps? So are there weapons other than the shotgun and bow? Oh, there's plenty. Um, all of these are weapons, so that makes there 12 in the game right now. You have the blade staff, which is, you know, your traditional melee weapon. It's got a chain of attacks, and then your alternate fire is a short-range ground slam that launches heavy enemies into the air. The blunderbuss is there, you know, it's your starting weapon for Kelsey. Worst scenario is easy to me. I just funnel orcs to tar and launch away. Also, the ceiling bow and arrow take off stragglers. Yeah, ceiling ballistas are really good. Where are the guardians? So there's only one guardian in the game right now, and it is, well, technically two, because there's the Bank of Archers is technically a guardian war trap. But there is the guardian archer. There may be other guardians added later, but it's the only one in right now. So no paladins yet, and no dwarf grenadiers. We're hoping that they get added in a later patch, but we'll see. I'm already done with the game. But yeah, we got the chain lightning staff, which is Cygnus' staff. Doesn't work the same way that it did in Unchained, because there are headshots in this game, and it headshots like a truck, but doesn't fire that fast. Max's crossbow, which works pretty much like it did in Unchained, but not to the same effect, mainly because lightning doesn't work the same. The Dwarven Warhammer, which I haven't played around with enough. I haven't gotten its mastery or anything else. I'll have to do that. Elven short swords are Vorwick's weapons. They do like this weird blade beam thing that can penetrate multiple enemies and cause a bleed. They also just swing really fast up close. The flame bracers, which everybody should be familiar with if you played the old games. You get a fireball with the primary attack that consumes mana, and then the right click is a firewall. The ice amulet, or I should say the secondary. If you're using a controller, then it's not a click, it's really more of a different button. The ice amulet is a shotgun freeze, so you fire like I think, what is it, like 3 to 9 projectiles depending on the level that you have it at. Each level adds 2, so yeah. It's really strong at both crowd control and dealing damage to enemies that might be strong against whatever element your main weapon does. But these two always consume mana, so that's something you got to be wary of. The magic longbow, which is Egan's starting weapon, really good at headshots, just doesn't have a high rate of fire. The scepter of dominance, which is Gabriella's old weapon, I have to use this some more. You know, it has the just the zaps, and then you can charm enemies. So that's always good. And then we have the stone staff, which I think existed before, but it's also just really good here. I like this a lot. And then the wind belt, which was like everybody's favorite weapon in Orcs 2. And yeah, I have to use this too. I have decided to specifically try not to use the wind belt, just because, you know, you kind of rely on like weapons that are really overpowered, and I didn't want to do that early. But yeah, let's see. It would take me probably about an hour to finish the first 5 stages. There's about 18 of them. I don't know if I'll be able to do all of the levels in a single stream, so we might do 2 streams just to get through all the Rift Lord. We might as well get started. So with what I have here now, is there any updates or anything that I want to change? Let's say, where's the swinging mace? I'll probably want to use that at some point. Wall chargers buffed, window of butterflies is great. Swinging mace is doing his thing. You know, maybe I will bring the wind belt. Grinder. Alright, that's expensive. Empty rift scroll. First enemy in rift is worth 0 points. That's nice. I think for the most part I like what I have set up there already. So let's just go in north wing. Pretty short. Excuse me, a couple people knocked my score out already. Okay. Wait, this. I have a habit of clicking the spell book when I mean to hit play, and I don't know why. Like, there has to be like some game that I'm used to playing where
No
that
one knows
button
where he
is
is.
on the other side.
He left the Order, left me, with these children. Born with the ability to use rift magic, Egan had no idea how powerful he was. Kelsey was the most studious novice in the Order, but she lacked control. I had to test their capabilities. A real ogre would have eaten you by now.
Sorry, sorceress.
You will wish for that fate before long.
Think he's ever coming back?
Wow, it's like you're allergic to saying smart stuff.
Come, playtime is over.
You know, I have to say, well, I've always been a fan of the art direction and stuff that Robot has used in Orcs Must Die. I really, really like the aged look that they've given to Gabriella and Max. Like, it just looks really nice. Oh yeah, I forgot this is the character I currently have selected. Like, I love the costumes that they have in this game, and they haven't even added like many other ones so far. I think only like half the cast has like an additional costume or whatever, which I still have to earn the skulls to get. But yeah, Gabriella has Featherfall, so it's not really that useful here because you're not trying to jump across this, you'll just die. But yeah, I'm gonna drop the trap trinket right now in favor of grabbing the wind belt. I gotta go, man. Have fun. No problem, Sylvian. Have a good day. Alright, and then we're going to start prepping these guys. Yeah, that's okay. Oh, alright.
Placing traps is always fun.
I guess that'll be alright. So one of the things that's really common in this game is that you really don't have a lot of money. Seems I came at a good time. Hey, welcome back, Drist. You really don't have a ton of money to really start spamming traps out or anything. So you get used to building like a really small set of core traps to deal some damage initially, and then everything else you really have to leave up to your hero.
Enemies are preparing to breach one of our gates. They've broken through a gate.
One of the things that is super different about Rift Lord here, though, is a lot of the enemies or all of the orcs have shields. Shields essentially block whatever damage initially hits them. So you can't count on just trying to, you know, Rambo it with whatever hero you have. If you just run up to them and start shooting without laying traps properly, you're gonna lose. So you really need to be aware of stuff like that.
It's like decorations that kill. Less is more. The big ones do die hard.
Okay, so you can't push the big guys. Actually,
Excuse me, you're the boss of what now?
oh wow, I really like the effect on the wind belt now. It's like it doesn't immediately just blow them back. It actually feels like you're sending out a gust of wind to lift all the enemies up. So that's pretty nice. With the grind to remove that shield, game volume is a little light compared to your voice. Yeah, a lot of people ask me to like tone the game volume down. I could raise it a little bit. Can I pause this? Yes, I can. All right. Shouldn't need anything. Oh, thank you. You're over it. Okay. I'll be fine, thank you. So no, the volume isn't here. That means the volume's reduced. Oh, you can't hear me. That's weird. Oh, I can fix that in like 3 seconds. Boom. How's that now? Any better, or is it still high? It's weird though. Everybody says that they can't hear me sometimes, but my microphone shows that I should be peaking. Like, I should be ultra loud. Way better? Good. But yeah, somebody asked if the grinder takes that shield away. Yes, the grinder should get rid of that shield with almost no problem. Alright, so that's cool. Heavier orcs react to the wind belt a little differently.
Just your basic orc killing.
Oh wait, the wind belt doesn't seem to take mana. Maybe only the right click does? Oh no, it does. It's just a very small amount. Okay. Can I lift the big boy up? Oh, alright. Okay, don't want to get hit too much. Alright, can't lift the heaviest guy.
Who's the boss?
Alright, I need to get him out of there to make sure that we have enough time to actually kill these other ones.
More enemies on the way!
Oh yeah, sprinting is back too. Like, if you are a fan of sprinting in Orcs 1 or 2, you can do that again, which is really nice.
And after all these years,
Probably should just blow all my money real quick.
really good at this. Oh. Almost forgot how powerful I can be.
Alright, I think we should be able to kill all of these guys. I wasted a bit of time talking and not killing the ogre fast enough. Yeah, there we
I
go.
believe the kids would call that a
Hey, I'm
dub.
back. What are you doing? Isn't this the first level on Riftlord? I haven't played the game yet. I'm waiting for it to come out. Yes, this is the first level on Riftlord. Chill Theater. So that gets me some skulls, which is good. What do I want to buff real quick? Alright, let's actually look at the progress on the wind belt. We pushed 34 enemies. Alright, we got a lot of room to grow. So let's move on to the next stage. So the loading screens and everything that you're going to see are the same as when you go through the game the first time. This basically shows you the order in which you unlock the traps. They may be useful in various different stages, a bit more so than they are in the stages where you unlock them though, but you wouldn't even normally have barricades yet. Alright, so the Great Room. You have a couple of options here. Riftlord plays very different than the game would initially. Like, you normally have things like go breaks. They pretty much don't exist in Riftlord. So we know we're getting a second door here at some point. And in Rift Lord, because you don't get go breaks to like sell things very quickly, it's a good idea just to begin building wherever your paths are going to converge and work things out from there. Yeah, I think I'll do that. All right.
I cannot be any more ready.
So we're just going to let everything start to come through here. I probably should have changed these around a little bit, but I think I should be fine.
They've broken through a gate.
I really like the wall charger in this game. It's still relatively expensive, but like I don't think there's any trap that really deals area damage like it other than the wall blades.
Do not continue to disturb.
But the wall blades being physical have like a lot of enemies that are just resistant.
This is still very pleasing.
Alright, I really like the wind belt here. It doesn't feel super overpowered, but it's really good at controlling light enemies. And since they're like the bulk of most groups, it really helps you filter out the enemies that you want to deal with first while letting them just get handled by traps. So that's nice.
More enemy on the way is attacking on another front.
Okay.
Watch out! Our enemies have broken through again.
Nice.
Here they come.
Fantastic.
Okay, can I put that up there? No? Alright, we'll drop it there. The confusion wall is probably one of the best new traps in the game, if not the best by itself. Like, I know the confusion flower exists, but
More enemies on the way.
I don't think that, I like the fact that you can sort of layer the confusion or the window of butterflies on top of other traps and still have them, like this wall charger. And like a lot of walls have like a nice like half unit space to place it. Like that, and it's the only half unit, like half height trap that I think we've ever had in Orcs Must Die. Oh crap. That's super bad. So, Ogre charges displace enemies. And if you don't deal with that properly, I have a clip of me dying to like an Ogre charge because it literally threw an orc. Ah, alright.
They're entering the rift.
Yeah, basically, I would have done a lot better here if I just stoned that Ogre instead of playing around. Don't play with your
More
riffs.
enemies on the way.
Enjoying some rice with black tar sauce and some fried polymorphed ogre wings? Of course you would.
Here, here.
Not gonna lie, I've actually been experimenting with like making like different types of ramen and stuff at home. It's turned out pretty good so far. Rest for 5 or just trying to complete War Mage? Oh, reset? Oh, no, I've already 5-starred this. I have a video up for it. Like, I'm just trying to go through and play around with the other weapons and stuff to get them up before we get to the later stages. So, like, 5-starring this pretty much works exactly like this. It's just that, you know, instead of me actually playing around with the wind belt, it's me just killing them. Like, literally, I wasted a lot of time, which would have been dead orcs, just wind belting them. And that's my fault.
well try that again. Exactly where I want it.
Like, lightning's really good at dealing with armored enemies like this heavy ogre too, so it's a really good element to mix into your traps if you're not going to be using the wall zapper. The wall charge is good, or not the wall zapper. The wall charge is the wall electric trap. The shock zapper is the ceiling one.
No, me neither.
Hey, I'm sorry I'm late. Been watching grinding on Heroes of Hammerwatch. Glad to see you stream. Oh, Dan streaming though. Love your chat, and you of course, Verm. It's all right. I mean, we all got different hobbies and things that we like to see. I mean, I don't play orcs all the time. As a matter of fact, there's another game that recently dropped from a developer that I like. And since I can't make a video of it right now, I will probably stream it later this week. It's essentially their take on Final Fantasy Tactics, and they're really good at making RPGs. So, yeah, I'm probably gonna play the crap out of it. Alright, wow, we got up to 194. Alright, so apparently the wind belt works very well at building its mastery if you just build a funnel. What game is like Final Fantasy Tactics? Also, hi. Fey Tactics. Actually, I'm gonna drop a quick link to it in the chat. It's by a group called Endless Fluff. And they're also responsible for making another, like, Metroidvania style RPG. Are you eating something? I'm hungry. I got a bit of water over here and some bread. Mostly the water though. I'm almost out. It's like a heat wave over here, so it's like absolutely necessary that I have some ice water. 100% in Kingdom Hearts? That's rough. I 100%ed the first Kingdom Hearts game. He hungry after hearing what I'm eating? That could be it too. You and your polymorphed ogre wings. But yeah, I don't think 100%ed any Kingdom Hearts after the first game. Which one? I'm guessing 3. Are you going for 100% in the whole series? That's a lot. No, I'm on Chain of Memories. Oh, that's a good one. Okay, so still saving skulls. We are going into the side entrance. That should be the 3rd level. Alright, so this level's a bit tricky. If you try to just stop everything at the gates, you'll probably run into issues. Mainly because there's just a lot on the stage. Like, just so much stuff happening. I'm actually going to drop the fire arrow walls for the grinders. And that's specifically because we have fire fiends and fire fiend mages showing up on this level, which are both a royal pain in the butt.
Perfect.
Regular fire fiends are completely immune to fire. Fire fiend mages are not only just immune to fire, but they also take less damage from arcane damage. So most of that There's like 2 out of like the 5 damage types that exist in the game, I think. 4 or 5. There's, yeah, physical, fire, lightning, arcane, and ice. And since arcane's the element that buffs everything, like you usually want a mix of that in your traps anyway.
As ready as I will ever be.
But this is the level that really makes you appreciate like tar and grinders.
Enemies are preparing to breach one of our gates.
Though I haven't ever used the wall charger on this level, so I'm interested in seeing how it works. This area over here is interesting to try to run through, but I wouldn't recommend it because a mistake leads to you dying. Like, I'm glad the deaths don't really take rift points right now. I'm not sure if that's something that they'll change later on. Depends on whether or not it becomes super abusable. Yep. So the stone staff gives you a close range not freeze, but stone. It's really a good complement to the blunderbuss if you're using it for a close range damage. Because unlike the shot from the blunderbuss, the grenade, if you set it to freeze things, you wind up hitting more things with the stone staff than you will the blunderbuss grenade. Like, even though the blunderbuss can be used for a bit of crowd control, it's like the worst weapon at doing it. But that's okay, because it's really good at dealing damage. And it's really hard to get a weapon that's as good at dealing damage as this consistently. So its niche is really just in mowing things down. Yeah, that rice sounded pretty appetizing.
More enemies on the way.
It kind of sucks that I don't think there's any half-width traps anymore,
Enemies
though.
are attacking on another front. Watch out! Our enemies have broken through again. Here they come.
Oh! Not today, buddy. Oh, you almost made it through. You're still alive. Alright, so you cannot blow back projectiles or anything like that. That's a bit of an issue. Oh, and I'm losing points right here. I think I may have actually just lost there. Nope, just 1 point. So, the rift heals you a lot here, and I'm not stoning properly. If you actually pay attention to like the length of time that most crowd control works, you get time to pretty much unload a full clip of your blunderbuss or a full magazine before you really have to worry about stoning or using whatever crowd control abilities again. That point loss is my fault. Not even the ground saw. The ground saw I haven't used as much as I would like. I'm gonna have to play around with that a bit more. But it would be nice to turn it into the Arctos again. Just because I think every ice element thing in this game auto-freezes on contact. So it becomes really good for just managing enemies.
It's like
Oh yeah, I did. When I played this before, I think I mentioned that the bow might actually be a really good choice here, just because of how many enemies wind up getting bunched up, and the fact that you can sort of babysit the rift. Because this thing's accuracy is horrible when you're trying to heal. Alright, that should really be the toughest part right there. But yeah, the combination of grenadiers and what are they? Grenadiers and explosive archers is probably the craziest thing that you'll have to deal with in this game.
I'm clearly good at this.
Probably should move these a bit closer. Like those, the butterflies are just so good. Like they work on everything, as far as I'm aware.
He's not the boss anymore.
Wow, that literally just decimated that troll. Safety ballistic.
The big ones do die hard.
Yeah, this game heavily rewards like building your traps close together though. Like other than the regular brimstone, there's no reason not to just bunch your traps up in this game.
5 times bigger.
Actually, this almost might be self-sufficient now.
That would be
We'll see if that ogre gets through.
They don't seem more intimidating.
Okay.
More enemies on the way!
The problem is now I probably won't get to blow anything back with this, not unless I decide to just play around and run, get myself killed. That might not be a bad idea. Oh yeah, I forgot about this slow. Okay, that's bad.
Everything is working perfectly.
They're attacking a barricade.
The interesting thing I always thought was that the barricades seem to absorb Cyclops shots now. They didn't really do that before because the shot's home, and sometimes the shots seem to go over them, sometimes they don't. So that has to be one of the grinders, like, sort of getting disabled because it killed too many enemies.
Who's the boss now?
Sitting on 5k coins but doesn't spend them? Yeah, it happens.
The barricade is under attack!
Exactly where I wanted. Hard for some, but still easy for me.
Huh, I wonder if the victory dance is just random. Alright, let's check this out now. We are at 278. Okay. So maybe like 2 or 3 more stages with the wind belt. Actually, I should just play a war scenario with it. I can guarantee if I get into a war scenario, 2 barricades and the wind belt and it's done. You only really notice... triggered. You only really notice the money you have when something breaks through. I agree with that to an extent. I mean, keeping track of your coin really matters the most here between waves, because in this game you get a big boost of coin when a wave ends. Like, I think on one of the stages you go from having like 900 coin to like 4,000 just because a wave ended. Should always check your coins, right? But wave ends will give you way more coin than anything else in this game, unless you happen to combo like the entire wave with some ridiculous numbers like plus 9 or 10. Still, keeping an eye on your coins is important, especially if you have more traps to build. If you've already got some Gargantua Maze, might not be that big a deal, but you should always pay attention. What did I level up but not actually wall blades? I need to use these. These hit enemies, increase damage to stunned enemies. X-Morph teaches you that extremely well with how difficult the game can get. That's a game that I need to play that I haven't yet, X-Morph. And here's where we would have gotten the healing trinket. X-Morph, yeah, just normal mode. Insert, spin 200 monsters, 200 super monster tank at you on wave 1. Yeah, just normal, by the way, not even on hard. Sounds interesting. So, what was this? This is the hidden dock. Okay. The hidden dock is basically here to teach you how to be afraid of archers. And also how not to be afraid of archers, really. Which basically means use your corners well. What was I going to try to change here? Let's drop the grinders. I think the brimstone will be enough for that. Let's go with the wall blades. Wall blades and wall chargers kind of have the same point. So we could put the arrow walls in. Multitask is what orcs try to teach you. I don't even think it's multitasking specifically. Orcs really focuses a lot better on trap layering, in my opinion, than a lot of other tower defense games. Like other tower defense games try to get you to do it strictly based on a strength-based weakness of an enemy. Like something will take less damage from a tower or something. And with orcs, they have a lot of things that are just like functional differences. Like something is literally just immune. So you have to have a different trap type, even if like the trap will get triggered. And that immunity actually functions to shield the rest of the enemies rather than just that unit. Or they'll have the situation with the kobolds where it's not that their speed is really what makes them hard to kill. It's that only certain traps are really able to trigger in time to actually catch them. Unchained did a good job when it was around. Yeah, but Unchained had taken most of those cues from Orcs 1 and 2 too. So, you know, it was really building upon the things that the previous games had done well. And, you know, that's one of the things that I liked about it. But it also had a lot more diversity than most tower defense games due to all of the enemy factions and things that it was building into it. And, like, it really sucks that a game with that huge of a diverse arsenal of enemies and, like, different abilities for the bosses and everything went the way it did just because it was free to play. Like, if Unchained was a standalone game from the beginning and, like, you just got to purchase all of that content as DLC, it would probably have went down as the greatest tower defense game ever created. Sure, but it did pressure you a lot more than OMD 1 and 2, so building mid-wave was kind of important. Yes and no. Like, certain levels definitely did that. The PvP stuff pressured you more than anything else. Like, I will say that. Like, one of the ways that made Unchained feel a lot harder was the multiplayer system in that game. Because in most cases, like when you add players to a game, it usually balances out by them adding more enemies or just requiring that additional, you know, kind of buff to your DPS or whatever to handle everything. With Orcs Unchained specifically, it divided the damage between the players that were in the game. So it kind of forced you to cooperate. And if anything, I would say that that sort of forced cooperation and player weakness actually made things feel a lot harder than maybe it should have. Because I didn't recognize that as part of how the co-op worked. And after they had switched to single, or after they had switched to PvP or PvE only, like when they got rid of the siege. Like Siege automatically worked like that because you were supposed to have a fixed amount of enemies or a fixed amount of players. But in solo, they added like a hero buff that multiplied your damage based on how many players you had in the game. So if you only had one player, they were dealing a truckload of damage. And then every player you add basically weakened them. And that really just felt off. But also, crowd control was like way too strong in Unchained. Like, I do wish I could spend like $20 to play Unchained off servers, specifically for PS4. I lost all Orcs Must Die for PS4 when it went down. Yeah, I mean, you know, best case scenario is somehow Robot can get it running again someday, but I'm not going to hold my breath on that one. Something that I would like to see, but I'm not going to be, you know, super optimistic about. Okay, I think I'm good with what I have here. Does everything here work? Blades, the arrows do. Yeah, I think we're good.
I'm always ready.
Again, it's just one of those situations where, like, I like the
preparing to breach one of our gates. They've broken through a gate.
I like the game that Unchained became, but what it started off as was very different, and that's also part of the issue with like everything that happened. Like what it became was never what it was intended to be.
That's right. I'm back.
Sorry, I'm focusing really hard on trying to dodge these arrows right now. Oh crap, I'm out of mana. Dead.
You think this is just a game, right? That's not something I would want to do again.
Yes, I'm aware that Phantasy Star Online 2 is getting a next-gen push with New Genesis as well. And that looks like it should be freaking amazing. I think it's an interesting move, too. It's not often you get MMOs that just get complete... Oh, crap. Gotta run, gotta run, gotta run, gotta run, gotta run. Okay,
Look out! Our
Placing
defenses have been
traps
breached
is
again.
always fun.
alright, now we can run. Run, run, run. Don't get murdered. Alright, so that's there.
It's like decorations kill.
And hello, Felipe Drago. Alright. So So we got the butterflies there. What we'll need now is probably some more auto ballista and a ooh. Some auto ballista and oh.
Really not something you planned for. That was much easier when I was much younger.
Not too bad. Whoa.
Excuse me, you're the boss of what now?
Just gotta not die this close to the rift and we should be fine. I forgot what I was talking about now. Too many explosions in the face. Oh, I needed more arrows. That's right. Okay.
Here and here and there.
More enemies on the way.
Okay, so before I blow all my money here,
Is under attack.
Clearly good at this.
Phantasy Star New Genesis. Yes. I like the fact that they decided to redo that. Like
Die hard.
bringing Phantasy Star 2 to the West and then deciding to drop the new game would have been really weird if they brought it out and they were just like, oh, here's Phantasy Star Online 3. And because that would have completely discouraged people from playing any more Phantasy Star 2 or Phantasy Star Online 2 at all. Like from that point on, everybody would have just waited for the new game. But having like the majority of the content move over, or not the content, but the costumes and stuff that you'd accumulated move over. Okay, we definitely have to. Yeah, I didn't get back over there soon enough, so we have to fight them. Hello, guys. You have to die now. Okay, just put this up now.
The barricade is under attack.
Y'all can go back over there. Oh,
Blame
okay.
this on Max. Generally,
That's okay,
what happens
actually.
to me.
We got a couple of them coming over here.
Fantastic.
As long as these gnolls are dead, we can handle them now. Okay, I don't think the wall blades are doing really better than grinders here. But that's okay. I really just need to level the wall blades to get their bonuses, and then we can switch back to grinders if we do this again. They will be handling a lot of the smaller enemies a lot better.
Anticipated.
It is indeed interesting and looks more appealing than the current. Yeah, like,
On the way.
Ballista time, I concur,
Perfect.
sir.
Exactly where I wanted.
Also going to do this. But yeah, like it doesn't look like they're functionally changing too much with New Genesis, but I like the look of the environments and the movement being improved over the older Phantasy Star stuff. Because what, Phantasy Star Online 2 is like 8 years old at this point. I'm probably gonna take a nap. I'll be back in an hour or so if you're still streaming. I'm so tired. Dude, get that sleep in. Take care of yourself. I completely understand. The stress test of New World was good. Oh, I could just do this. I forgot about that. It's something that other characters probably would not be able to do. Just float over there. They would have to run back. Okay. Alright, so it's a good sign that the ogres are coming through weakened. I mean, the problem is that they're getting through at all, but that they don't come through with like full health is good. I guess we can do a bit of that, and then... Alright, I got enough to throw up a few more ballista, and then we can worry about whatever might be over here.
They're attacking a barricade. They've destroyed a barricade.
Ooh.
Much easier
And
than I
then before this
anticipated.
goes the way of the birds, we replace it, and then we're good to go. We just want to not be over here. And it's cool because you can kind of float by the rift and heal as you're going back to like a safer place to kind of pick off whatever's trying to come through.
When you plan, things
The
do work
barricade
out.
is under attack.
There's going to be another set of things trying to come through there, I'm sure.
Five times bigger and so much power in one place.
Oop. Okay, don't be there. Oh no, do we have like some weird screen tearing thing with the gate? Alright, and the last set of barricades I think we'll need to make sure they can't blow through this is that. No, not Stadia. Oh, yeah, that's where the game is.
Hard.
I'll take that skull.
They're attacking a barricade.
The Ark should
Ooh,
go back
I
to
got
War Mage school. Coming back to life is harder in your
Literally just dunked on with grenades.
Excuse me, you're the boss of what now?
Alright, nice. We got 2 minutes, which should be more than enough for the last wave. What do we put up here
More
now?
enemies on the way.
I think maybe like one more of these. Way more of these.
Who's the boss now?
The barricade is under attack.
They're really trying to get rid of those barricades on the last wave. And the barricade they blew up is one that they don't have enough guys to actually get through, which is good.
5 times bigger and dies 5 times harder.
Wait, what was the stress test of A New World? Was that the initial beta launch of like PSO2 in the West? Because I knew it was coming, I just didn't follow a lot of it since it was kind of late. And I didn't have the space to install it at the time. Really, it was the space more than anything else. Stress test on New World was a few days ago.
He's
Ah.
not the boss anymore. Much easier than I anticipated.
I didn't pretty much use the wind belt at all here. The open beta for pre-orders and testers and such is August 25th for a week. Nice. Something else comes out August 25th, and I don't remember what.
The archives should speak of me more often.
Like, it's something I should be aware of, but I don't remember what it was. Heart of Deimos, Warframe. Ah, yes. I don't even think that's the only thing, but that is one of them. And that looks interesting. AKA Bug-tastic open world infested island of content. Well, it's Warframe. There's always going to be bugs, but they'll be fun. I'm going to take a few seconds just to run to the bathroom, and then I will be right back. I'll catch you guys in the next stage in about 3 to 5 minutes, because I'm probably going to refill my ice water too. It's kind of hot. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Let me catch up on chat real quick. Going to the bathroom or like getting some ice cream to chill out. First of all, I don't need ice cream on stream. Ice cream is a whole mood. Something I want to enjoy. Now, maybe if we was just having a chat and stream and we weren't playing games, sure. You get down on some ice cream. And they often mess up, but they course correct over time. That is pretty much how DE operates. And yeah, they definitely do need balance. Like, one of the things that Warframe has always had an issue with is the way that their difficulty curve works. It was never really interesting, and it also sort of pigeonholed a few frames into being endgame viable. And every time they rebalance one of the frames that isn't, like, that's one of the things that they've been trying to fight. So literally, they've been fighting their own design issues. The Zorus nerf? Kill a weapon to OP, must nerf because it causes Warframe abilities to do too much damage. Insert a Riven on any other weapon, and you do double the damage output. Rivens were big cash loot boxes, never going to be corrected. They're a huge list I can name, but I'd rather not discuss such matters in VP's chat. I don't mind you discussing like issues with other games in the chat, like as long as you keep it, you know, civil. Like, games can be criticized. Like, no developer has done everything perfectly. Granted, some of the things that you have to deal with are different. Like, if you're just creating a game and shipping it, you don't have to worry so much about community management and how certain updates affect people that haven't invested like money and everything into it. But when you have people constantly like shoveling money into a game because it's free to play or a live service, then, you know, you get to critique the changes that you make to the experience that people have, because that's a big influencer on whether or not they'll continue to make additional purchases. Admittedly, I've only been getting my daily for a while, so haven't been keeping up on the gossip. Let me just find a vid about the Zorus from Brosime. He gets you to the point faster, but it is a good game for just turning off your brain and killing some stuff with friends. It is. The problem is the whole shitstorm started because of something happening a few weeks beforehand. DE Steve made a video on Twitter about how he does not want to repeat mistake of knee-jerk nerfing something without really understanding the reason people doing X or Y things. Then Zorus happened. Then everything is down on fire. Oh, that makes sense. Hey, Nick talking Warframe. Okay, is OMD3 free? Alright, so because this gets asked a lot, I should probably, well, I don't have a bot in my YouTube chat, but the way purchasing Orcs Must Die 3 works is you have to have a Stadia Pro account before you can play the game. Or not, you don't have to have a Pro account, but when you sign up for Stadia first, you need a Stadia account. When you sign up for Stadia, they automatically give you a trial of Stadia Pro for free. While you have Stadia Pro, it and all of the other Stadia Pro games are available to you at no additional cost. If you decide to cancel your Stadia Pro subscription, you can then purchase any of the games that normally would be given to you as part of Stadia Pro. Orcs Must Die Unchained is $30 US. You don't have to continuously sign up for Pro, but by making that one-time purchase, you're then able to play Orcs Must Die 3 via Stadia wherever you like. It's on Stadia, no. If you have Stadia Pro Prime, yeah, Stadia Pro is what it's called. However, I think if you're new to Stadia, you can use the free trial and be able to play OMD3 for a month during the free trial of Stadia. Yes. They never corrected over time. The entire Zorus thing boggles my mind. They nerfed a quality of life feature by removing it. Cora using a stat stick melee, her one ability, aka the whip, you attack enemy using your melee as a stat stick. IA mods affected, Riven as well. Zorus special passive infinite melee combo duration, that is. What does that mean for Cora? Oh, I got 12x combo. I gotta go to the bathroom for 60 seconds. I come back, I still have my max 12x combo. You know, it is what it is. But yeah, like, I don't know. I think Warframe, like balance in Warframe, is definitely something that's a lot trickier to get down just because of the uniqueness of everything in that game. Whereas any other melee weapon has a combo duration, which means if you do not refresh it in a limited time span, it's gone and you have to build it back up. There are no unique mods for Zorus. It's down how popular a weapon is, how strong a Riven can get. So you think the weapon would have hurt Riven trading and that would have affected their income? Well, I will let you continue railing against the nerfing of things by DE. I will move on to the next stage. Alright, we got a couple of things. I'm guessing this isn't finished now. We're at 290. Jeez, I barely used that. Alright. So, the next level I know how to do, but it's a bit annoying sometimes. Ice cold water. That's what I need. Alright, so this is literally the first level. You get barricades, you absolutely need them.
Here and there.
The tricky bits is now they basically... Actually, let me try to stick to the wall blades since they're cheaper. They're still kind of expensive.
Placing traps is always fun.
Okay. Yep, my be right back is still on. You're right. Boom. One day I figure they'll make a level that has all of these pools in it and it won't be insta-death, but this ain't it. I like the look of them. It's just kind of useless. Huh. So there's some ceiling space over here, even though I'm too broke to place anything. This would be a pretty interesting endless level. You could probably try to set up some shenanigans with barricades down here. Have people path around to one of the sets of stairs a couple of times. Set up some ballista up top. Have them path up one of the sets of stairs. Use the walls. And then do another maze thing up here and see how far they get. Yeah, I'll check it out.
Enemies are preparing to breach one of our gates. They've broken through a gate.
Archers. Okay.
Here they come.
That was not what I wanted.
The
Okay.
barricade is under attack.
The big ones do die hard.
So they give you a lot of time to take care of that first wave of enemies before they send the next one out. Alright, and then they bunch up. So yeah, the wind belt works sort of like as a filter to really just make sure you only have to deal with heavy enemies.
It is my pleasure.
And since the heavy enemies take you the longest to deal with, that's really not a bad thing. I think I personally prefer just being able to pick my targets though, and having everything get controlled. How big is the range on butterflies? Not far. I think maybe about a space and a half. It shoots out like a little wave, and everything that gets hit by it is basically affected. Yeah, see, it's about... Yeah, it's only about one tile. But you can set it up pretty high and still affect things. Like, the reason it kind of works right here is... Ooh, okay.
Maybe my age has caught up with me.
That hurt.
Hopefully
And
none
I
of
did
my
not...
students
I
saw
probably
that.
should have actually set things up before I did that. Alright, as long as the kobold didn't get through, we're good. Okay.
Just your basic orc killing.
Alright, I really need to fix both the wall setup that we have here and get the second set of caves built over on the other set of stairs. Man, one set of bed, one wave of like missed traps, and like you're struggling here.
And after all these years,
Okay. So here we go. Another brim.
More enemies on the way!
kill.
Alright, and then we basically hop over here. I'm short for one cade. Alright, a couple of dead enemies, so I bought that for me. So yeah, butterfly has like a one tile range, but it has like a bit of vertical range, so you can affect everything by placing it above a wall trap. Or I think you'll hit everything except for kobolds, because kobolds are really short. But the other thing about it is you can stack them on top of each other, and one of its unique upgrades deals damage. So you can basically stack like 3 wall traps worth of damage in a single space if you really want to. I mean, arcane damage doesn't buff itself like it used to, so it's not the best idea, but it's possible if it's like the only wall trap you bring. Like if I wanted to, I could just, you know, do something like this,
More enemies on the way!
and then
Clearly good at this.
The barricade is under attack!
okay, I got it. Get out the way.
They've destroyed a barricade!
Yeah, and I don't care.
They're attacking a barricade!
They don't seem more intimidating.
Yeah, and they pretty much all just open up at the same time. So they work basically like an arcane version of the Shock Zapper or Wall Blades. They just blast everything with confusion. Of course.
5 times bigger and dies 5 times harder.
I just don't think they deal that much damage.
More enemies on the way.
Alright, so we want to replace this just
Barricade is under
in
attack.
case we get a an extra burst of sappers. I'm not sure if they'll be able to actually run through and destroy the second set of barricades, but I don't want to find out. Wait, droppable above your barricade? I'm not sure what you meant with that.
Do not continue to disturb me.
The Shock Zapper definitely seemed like it performed a little bit better in this setup than, you know what? I don't think I have the Wall Blades maxed out. They're not. I'm missing like a couple of skulls to do that. How big? Wait, why not spread out Cade so Zappers spread the damage out more? They kind of just gravitate towards the nearest Cades that are blocking pathing. Like, I'm not sure 100% of how they target, but I think as soon as they find a pathing flag that a barricade is in the way of, they hit it. Wait, there's a barricade hanging from the ceiling? Oh, I know what I haven't done yet. And that's why these guys are getting through.
Much easier than I anticipated.
There we go.
More enemies on the way.
Bunch of barrels. Oh, the barrels. Yeah. They're a one-time use thing.
Placing traps is always fun.
So, you know, when you get a lot of enemies bunched up, like this, and then you boom.
Barricade is down.
So the funny thing about a lot of explosives in this game is they can kill their own people. Yeah, he's gonna die anyway.
Exactly where I wanted. Excuse me, you're the boss of what now?
I don't even know how I got a 7 there. It must have been somebody I froze.
They don't seem more intimidating.
Wait, so they're different AI pathing than 1, 2, and Unchained?
Very easy for me.
Kind of anticlimactic. I mean, when you win, it always is kind of anticlimactic. I don't think... Oh, wow, I missed the par. Yeah, it's probably because I didn't place the traps fast enough. Yeah, it is a little bit anticlimactic. And I feel like the barrels need a bigger explosion. They don't really seem that impactful. Like, I'm guessing if they decide to put the regular boom barrels in at some point, they'll probably rework the explosions a little bit, give them a bit more oomph. Right there, they seem a bit underwhelming. I think this is the first war scenario, right?
The story of Master Cygnus is known to all.
Oh, Master Cygnus taught my hero Maximilian.
Yes, he tried to teach your hero. He was my teacher as well.
Didn't you turn evil for?
Don't test me!
Sorry, sorceress.
Test
What
it.
is not known is the story of his best friend, the elf Vorwick. Human and elf fought side by side, the most talented war mages of the Order. Before infighting forced the Horde into small factions, they used massive traps and defeated the largest orc armies. Cygnus and Vorwick were the best young war mages of their generation. But when their final test came, only one of them would pass.
That giant orc with the headdress looks cool as hell. Yeah, and the big barrels that are hanging from the ceiling should definitely be a bit more impressive. So, you see how you get like a little character breakdown on what they can do here? There's really no other place to find that in game. Like, there's no stat screen or anything telling you exactly what all of the abilities are. I think this is just from graphics and stuff that may have been sent out or that you find through here. And that's kind of bad because that means that you kind of have to play around with things to figure out what they do. Actually, you know what hasn't been done in Orcs yet? That would be pretty cool. And I'm not sure if... Like, alright. So, we know that in Orcs Must Die Unchained, right? We had a meter that acted as sort of like a super meter. It buffed your heroes, and you were able to do stuff for a temporary period of time. Hot oil that instantly fries orcs? No, they're not going to do that. But hear me out. We know that we have the Unchained meter in Unchained. You give you like double your health and mana, refresh your abilities, better cooldowns. You basically just got super strong as far as your hero goes. What if we had a trap that worked like that, or a series of traps? And they could be, you know, character specific or something like that. And instead of just placing it, maybe you'd have like a certain amount that you would start with, and you could earn more by like combos. Because that's basically what the Unchained meter did. It built up based on combos. Combos or some sort of drop mechanic that would let it charge faster and basically give you like a unique trap per hero. So it wouldn't be a trap that's just immediately selectable, like it would be bound to a hero, and that hero would be the only one that could immediately use it. Maybe kind of like they do here, you add like a little proficiency thing to it. Like you have to use the trap X amount of times, or you have to make it do X amount of things. And then that trap would be able to, you know, be equipped or buffed in some way. Like barricades, creating a barrier which stops passage for a certain amount of time. I guess something like that. I mean, barriers kind of are barricades or barriers. So, something more like, say, a trap that's not in this game yet would be the Arcane Explosion Trap, which was Zoe's sort of affinity trap in Unchained. Like if Zoe were to be added as a character, then that trap would be available to her. Like it would automatically get added to your loadout when you selected her, and you'd have access to it. Excuse me. But like, I think that would go a long way to giving the characters a lot more identity, in addition to them having their character specific ability, making an ability and a trap. I'm gonna have to type that up and actually send it to Robot and be like, hey, this would be cool, you guys should think about this. Because there's a lot of traps that haven't made it into the game yet. The lava pits war scenario. 150 years ago. Cygnus was old. Old. Well, you're supposed to be Cygnus here. But I guess since I have Gabriella picked, that's who we are. So we have the Bank of Archers, the Mega Flips. Do I have Snipey McBlunderbuss? Yeah, I do. It's a little cheaper than the Boom Barrel Launcher. Let's go ahead and equip that instead. We'll see how that works. I was thinking like the 1 block gap next to a barricade or something. So that's weird just because of the way that ogres work right now. So I'm not sure how many people have actually discovered this yet, or how many people have played it. It looked like I was buffering for a second there, but ultimately ogres don't like half space paths. If you make anything half a width, they will bust up all of the barricades that are blocking them from getting to the rift, and you're like, whatever you have built will just be wrecked. That's normally not that big of an issue, but it happens often enough that you should probably be on the lookout for it. Like, it's just not fun. And because Orcs 3 doesn't prevent you from being able to sort of place those things out, it's kind of a problem. Okay, so too many windows open. What is going on here? There we go. I would prefer if we had a physical trap like a Cade, but it has a turret on it, if not a bloody railgun. See, that's an issue because of the way pathing works in this game. Like, if something's going to block the pathing of it, like, well, simply put, this isn't Sanctum. Sanctum requires that you build, like, your path and then put, your towers on top. But only in Sanctum 2 did enemies have the ability to sort of destroy your platforms. In the original Sanctum, where your platforms completely determined the pathing and, they were kind of indestructible, I think he's thinking like the barricades have a gun on top of them now. Yeah, but that would basically encourage the enemies to beat up a trap that you sink a lot of coin into. A wall trap that fires out a railgun. Like, alright, range is kind of important to the way that things work in this game now. So having something that just fires super far and on a wall would heavily influence the way that the game's stage design works. Like, the arrow wall is already pretty far, firing like 6 spaces out. Even though it only triggers in 3. Alright, so let's think about this real quick. I just want a railgun, 3 tile trigger range, 15 meter tile damage. You want an auto railgun. That's what you want. You want the Violator. That's what you want to happen. I think this will be fine. Just make sure it can fire through this door.
Now this should make quite a mess.
Play X-Morph and you understand what I mean. Alright, bowling ball is kind of pointless here, but we can use Mega Flips. I'm back. I actually just ordered pizza. I don't know if he was happy. It's 11:30. I guess you mean the guy taking the orders. I mean, if they're the shop owner, then, you know, generally they like making sure that they can continue making pizza.
I'm clearly good at this.
Okay.
That will do nicely.
Alright, so here, basically take out everything we don't like.
Perfect. And here, and there.
Alright, so... Alright, when we get cash, this is where archers go. We can load this entire area up with archers. They should plug anything as they're going around the... Wait, no. We're going to have archers coming through. If they don't get launched, then they might be a problem. Most stuff should kind of stay on the platforms, though. We have enough room to, like... Railgun damage type would have to be lightning. Of course. Arcane bowling balls basically are only really set up to be good in that very last stage that you play. Granted, they kick a lot of ass
This
there.
magic
Like,
should have been
it's just
shared long
fun.
ago.
Alright, so we'll do that, and then we'll put a set of tar over here once we get the cash. Alright. Let's see how well this goes. I've never actually used this trap before. Wait, I didn't mean to sell that.
Impressive. And I am rarely impressed.
Okay, I thought these would have had like a reload time or something. It looks like you can just keep firing it non-stop. There's no alternate fire or anything for it. Oh, they have a zoom. I don't think it does anything though. The wind, yeah, that will only work against light enemies. We'll see. I probably should just run out and shuffle a bunch of them around after like the first or second wave. Like, I can guarantee to just finish the proficiency on the wind bracelet, like right here. This thing is kind of loud though. It's also kind of weak. Like, I expect a lot more to be happening with the siege traps. Seems like it would be better. It would be better close up, right? But I mean, it's a siege trap, so you don't really. I guess this works. It also requires that I be inside of it for it to do anything. It'd be good if the game was a Mass Horde Dynasty Warrior style game. Oh, this would be excellent if that was the case. Nope.
Enemies are preparing to breach one of our gates.
Hello, sir. Put my gate down. You no longer belong here. Thank you. That is the Orc Emergency Evacuation Platform. You guys should take those. I feel so bad for that poor Orc. Look, he got everything he deserved, alright? He made it up to the gate. We asked him not to knock more than once. He continued to knock. So he was ejected from the premises. If I was the Orc, I would have died. I mean, that is kind of the point. You know, you got your crisped up kobolds. Extra crispy. You know what? I completely forgot about this.
Clearly good at this.
They might never make it past this point now.
Do die hard.
Wait, where did you come from? Did one of the big guys charge him over? I did not see him. At least Max isn't around. He would take you and roast you alive over a fire pit while roasting some magic shrooms as well as a garnish. Nah, I think that's just you being really hungry. Next he's gonna be like, I'm not even hungry right now.
Why were these kept secret for so many years?
Oh, so these aren't allowed to block pathing. That's interesting. Alright, so I guess we can do one of these. And a bit of this. Yeah, they're kind of corner touching now. It's alright. I like the visual of the archer volleys. Like, they don't always seem that effective unless you're dealing with heavy enemies, but, you know, the look of it is cool. Tell that to Blood Spike. Oh, you know, I'll say that if Blood Spike becomes canon again.
Who's the boss now?
These guys literally can't hit what's right in front of them. Alright, I should probably actually try to use this. Let me back in. Thank you. Archers trained at Stormtrooper School. some seriously flimsy magic arrows. I mean, you're right. Alright, well they do well versus this guy. Yeah, this thing can't even really do much versus that armored ogre. I am not impressed. It does stun them, which I guess is okay, but like it doesn't fire fast enough to really take them out or anything. I just want them to release the skin pack and reskin everything, traps, orcs, and weapons, and the food items.
Perfect.
So bug snacks, but make it Orcs Must Die.
He's not the boss anymore.
A donut trap reset trinket. They should make texture packs that you can pick. It's a cool idea. Now, whether or not they'll actually do it, different story. I feel like these are just disappearing sometimes instead of hitting things. And like the blue sparks mean they're hitting something. Maybe they need a hit sound. Like the firing sound of this is really loud. I'm wearing headphones also, so you know that probably makes me a bit biased, but still. I can't tell that this is hitting anything by any way other than the blue sparks, but I hear it firing every time. Probably not working as well as it should because of Stadia. No, it has blue hit markers. Like, it's not in the center of the. It doesn't show up in your crosshairs. It's from the projectile itself.
Much easier than I anticipated.
And it's not a hit sound, so you have to basically follow the arrows with your eyes to see if they hit anything, which is kind of pointless if you're trying to rapid fire a ballista. The spiral on those orcs, man. Okay.
Perfect fit. That will do nicely. Placing traps is always fun.
Okay, and then we get to yes.
Exactly where I wanted.
That won't really do much, but that's fine. If there was a hit sound, that would be so loud because it's already a loud mechanism. Well, alright, so they definitely need to tone down the sound of the ballista just firing because it's kind of over the top. Like, it's loud as fuck. Like, all of the other sounds in the game are lower than this one. Yeah, audio balance does need more work. I mean, granted, I don't think the sound or anything is bad. I just think it's too loud.
Not the boss anymore. So much power in one
Okay, I think that's a bug they said they're working on fixing. When you have crowd-controlled enemies and they die, sometimes they still prevent you from moving for a little while. Actually, even when they're not crowd-controlled. Like, I couldn't move through that section for a little while until, like, the body despawned. There's a lot of other things I could probably do here. Let's do this.
It's like decorations that kill.
Read that. Draw. Steady. Take aim. Steady. Read that. Archery, ready?
This is just a good visual. In my opinion, for the amount of damage that ballistic thing is doing, it should be doing AoE damage, i.e. explosive tip. Well, I don't have the unique upgrade for it, which is one of the reasons why I'm trying to use it right now. Like, I'm not sure if maybe the unique will allow it to perform better or what. Like, there's a few issues with it. Like, the projectiles all fly in different trajectories. So you're not really aiming all of them in the same place, but they also don't all fly at the same time, so the rate of fire isn't that high. They don't deal that much damage. Like, if I'm hitting a heavy or a medium orc, they're not just insta-dying. The only thing that seems to instantly be dropping are the light enemies. And because of the weird firing mechanism, you kind of have to guess or predict which arrow is firing next, or bolt, and then from there, like, manage the trajectory so you can actually hit things. Like, if they all fired at once, then you would sort of have like a shotgun barrage going, and the area that it covers would be fine. Because it looks like 4 to 5 shots equal 1 dead heavy orc. Like, what? Yeah. But like with something like with the mega boom barrel thrower, like, you toss one barrel and like you get multiple deaths very easily. Like, it's a much more satisfying weapon to use. And like, I don't know, if this thing could do headshots or something, it might feel superior. But then, when you look at the way that the weapon actually operates, like, how are you getting headshots with this? Like, I've probably hit them in the head a couple of times, but it functionally doesn't do anything. I think you did a headshot on the one ogre. Yeah, but it, like, if it actually did headshot damage or something, like, there's a sound for it. So, you know, you get where is it? That. And none of that showed up.
Excuse me, you're the boss of what now?
Like, I feel like these traps over here are far outperforming, like, most of the war machines. Crag.
Our old friend Crag has shown up to fight.
We should remove him quickly. He will disable the traps.
Okay, so let's see how well this boss deals with this. Like, if this works well against him, then maybe it won't be too bad. I mean, we kind of have a way to single him out because of how large he is. But if this doesn't take him out before he gets too far, then it's kind of trash. You gotta, like, lead your shots with this too? Okay. So that's not too bad. Alright, we were able to drop a boss before he really got into the area that we have trapped up. Granted, we could have placed traps out there too, and I have far too much coin here. So, like, we probably should have.
They don't seem more intimidating. Perfect. Here.
We're not supposed
5 times bigger and dies 5
Whoa.
times harder.
My feather fall didn't kick in. Rip.
Not as flexible as I once was. Dying and quickly coming back to life, I cannot recommend.
Where does this go? Okay. It's not too bad.
The big ones do die hard.
I gotta say, my favorite trap, like as far as like just trap designs in this game, have been how well those the fire arrow walls work against heavy ogres. And an insta drop, spam more archers, you got 20k. I don't know if you got the skull. I thought I picked it up. Yeah, I did.
Excuse me, you're the boss of what now? Now, these are quite fun. Impressive. And I am rarely impressed. He's not the boss anymore. Wow, fantastic. When I am not
Oh, there we go.
mentoring children, I'm winning.
But yeah, the boss skull should be in there. Skull's picked up. Still, that wasn't bad. So let me take a quick look at the traps. And then, you know what? Tornado in the box is something we need to try. Over 5 minutes above par. If you do war scenarios correctly, you will have a ton of free. I shouldn't say correctly. If you trap well and them, because of how much starting coin you get, you can finish them really, really quickly. Like, it's really just about knowing how to dispatch the orcs and when to bottleneck them. If you bottleneck them too soon when you're not doing damage, then all you're gonna do is slow down the wave. But if you put them in an area where, you know, they just get murdered, then you'll be great. All right, rapid fire ballista. All right, so all we had to do with this was deal damage, and then we either get stuns, which are kind of okay, like they temporarily stun heavy enemies already, but then you can also bleed enemies, which would increase the damage. All right, so the bolts are supposed to hit multiple enemies. Like, I kind of agree that I would have liked them to just like explode or something, maybe like a really small explosion, or to do something else. Like, no, you know what would have been really cool for this? If this did, like, if this fired like chain lightning or something like that. Like, it doesn't necessarily have to explode, but it should do something that's kind of flashy, but just not deal a ton of damage up front, because I feel like that's what the mega boom barrels thrower's job is. Stun might be good in the trap setup, yeah. But if I'm trying to stun things, usually I figured that would mean that we already have other traps that are going to be doing things, and if the other traps are there, then they should just be there to kill them. And the bleed gives me another status effect, which adds to combos and other stuff. You know, it's just more ways to deal damage and other things too. And I do have the deals arcane damage here. So the war outpost, I swore I placed enough of these during the finale to unlock the last bit. Okay. just have to use it again somewhere. This I have not done at all, and I need to use this somewhere. Freezes enemies, no longer lifts enemies. Okay, so that must mean you launch a tornado and it just freezes them. Or you can have it deal damage. We'll probably give this a shot in our next one since we have the other thing maxed out now. So the snowblower gets to either deal fire damage or freeze longer. I'm not sure about this. Like, I figured since the trap already freezes, what's the point of having to deal fire damage? Like, does it deal a ton of fire damage? Like, how good is this? I'll have to give that a shot next war scenario. Mega boom barrel thrower. Wait, how have we not killed 750 enemies with this already? Increased explosion radius is just ridiculous. Max range probably should never be used. Alright, we do need to use the giant beehive. Giant floor trap is good. Reduce cooldown. Placeable indoors. Reduce cooldown. It's so cold that it burns. I guess this is one way to look at it. That was my first time going through this map too, so that's interesting. Let's continue. See what we have to do with. Actually, should we switch heroes? I like Gabriella's Featherfall. Like, it's actually really nice. Like, it functions a lot different than most of the other heroes' stuff. Also, I don't find her voice actress, like, annoying to listen to. Like, Vorwick's just a bit too cocky for me as a character. We should actually try to use... Oh, wait, did we, Where's this at? 352. Okay. Let us continue then. I like to place indoor next to pits on the way to your trap setup. And that place isn't bad either. You mean the one that's like where you can like wind belt people into the lava and stuff? That's pretty good. Alright, so this is when you actually get the ice amulet. I wonder if you can wind belt enemies into like this goo. Okay, so... Oh, you know what I should have done? Let me just back out of here real quick. I keep forgetting to look at, where is the wall blades? Yes. Okay. So before we start worrying about everything else. Well, I should have had the unique on them. I didn't have it on either one. Increase roll distance, explodes on destruction. I'll probably get the explosion. Confusion flower. I'll need to use this too. Okay. Grinder's actually really good on this level because we have Earthlings and a lot of walls. I think we're going to Grinder Arrow this one. No! We should use the wall charger. So the wall charger actually has like a slightly persistent area of damage. I think if it winds up hitting the Earth Elementals, the resulting like Earth Elemental spawn just die during the attack. So this might be one of those situations. Don't forget to check on Shiny Trash Top. Wait, Shiny Trash Top. Oh wait, you can only use the flip trap in war scenarios. The mega flip, you have a regular flip trap. And no, the Mega Flip Trap has a unique upgrade that lets you place it indoors. So once you flip 500 enemies, so basically, oh, yeah, that is running in the background. It's called it shiny trash top. I'm like, what? Even not in war scenarios, yes. So this little upgrade here, the placeable indoors. If you select this, then you are. Wait, no, I'm sorry. That is incorrect. You can only use this during war scenarios, but you can place it indoors otherwise if you select this. But it's still only during war scenarios. You can't use them outside of war scenarios. But I think as far as Rift Lord, no, just as far as the campaign goes, there's like at least about a third of the levels almost are war scenarios. So you get a good amount of places to use them in. What was I trying to get to though? I wanted to use the wall charger here. The wall charger is already souped up. What else are we going to use with the charger? Grinders or fire arrow walls? I'm going to get the increased active time on the grinders. I don't think the slow is a good idea since I'll probably be using tar. And I think that's it. Let's take a look at close quarters and see what's up. Again, I meant to hit play there. I hit the book and I don't know why. So, got a normal mix of enemies, Earth Lords, Earth Elementals, Armored Ogres. So we want lightning. I don't see Fire Fiends, so fire is kind of okay. Then we want to drop this, bring this, just to help with runners. We also have the belt. Belt should help. Alright, and then hit him with one of those.
That will do nicely. I'm ready.
Alright, let's see how this goes.
Enemies are preparing to breach one of our gates. They've broken through a gate.
Five times bigger and dies 5 times harder. Ooh.
Oh, archers. Wasn't expecting that. Crap. Wait, did he just jump that? I didn't expect him to be able to do that. Okay. Wait, they have healers?
Much easier than I anticipated.
Enemies at the rift.
Yes, they do. Heal me, please. There we go.
Enemies in our rift.
There you go. There's the Wraith healer.
They're almost there.
I understand. Alright, he's literally just hanging in the back, making sure that everybody gets
That's
heals.
right. I'm back.
There are enemies in our rift room.
This is still very pleasing. They don't seem more
Okay.
intimidating.
Oh, this is gonna be a little bit rough.
Enemies are attacking on another front. Watch out!
Okay, you know what?
Enemies have broken through again. Here they come.
Placing traps is always fun. A perfect fit.
Just going to deal with what we can right here. Oh, I thought they could not be stoned for a second. I was about to be really upset.
Die hard.
Nope, not today, sir. Wow, I missed all 4 of those shots. Should have built a funnel.
Much easier than I anticipated.
I do not have a joint area for these guys yet. That was almost a loss right there.
I'm very low on health.
I should probably back up and heal.
Enemies at the rift.
Fantastic.
Whoa. Oh,
They're
he's in.
entering the rift.
Alright, there's definitely going to be a better way to do this.
They're almost there.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to restart this one.
More.
Alright, so again, building at the door is usually a bad idea. There's no way to join the initial area that these guys come out of to this gate. But we want to build around here later on so that we don't have to jump from here all the way to like back here. I don't know about funneling in front of the rift. Not initially anyway. Will this work? Alright, assuming we get enough coin to block off this section of the rift, we can push them around here. We'll just have to put a barricade there, and then we get to make use of this area for like double arrow walls or something else. I don't want to start that close though. We might have to. That gives us like nothing though. But we know if we do get the coin, we can push them at least back into this area. So no, let's not even do that.
Exactly where I wanted. I'm clearly good at this.
Okay.
When have I not been ready?
As long as we can defend here well, then I should be able to sell this and we can replace the barricades. We just don't want to get stuck defending in a place where we gotta run too far away. Like, once the next gate starts to open, we literally just turn the corner, make 2 jumps, and we're right there. try hard time? Probably not even. Like, the lack of go breaks is probably the biggest thing that makes this a lot more difficult. If we actually have a couple of traps that we know we can make good use of. And this bit, like, that Wraith healer literally caused most of the trouble that I had with the last waves. Like, the fact that he was healing everybody and I wasn't sure he was there was, like, probably the worst part.
Less is more. Excuse me. You're the boss of what? I'm low on mana.
Okay.
Five times bigger, and that's never part of the plan.
Okay.
Coming back to
Enemies
life
at the
is
rift.
harder in your 50s.
Whoa. Okay. I was trying to switch to
Who's the boss now?
the stone staff, and it just wasn't working. I got here literally just too late. Okay.
More enemies on the way.
I don't think we have enough cash to get where I want them
Enemies are
yet.
attacking on another front. Watch
Here,
out! Our
here,
enemies have broken through again. Here they come.
Ah, you know what?
that will be nice.
Alright, the other gate isn't open, so this probably won't be too big of a deal.
And after all these years,
The worst thing about this is going to be the Earth Lords.
just your basic orc killing. This is still very pleasing.
Whoa. Not today, buddies. The delay isn't really all that bad.
Good thing this is
Oh,
just
whoops.
a game, right? That was much
There are
easier
enemies
when
in
I
our
was
rift
much
room.
younger.
Yeah, there's really not that much delay on... that was my fault.
Entering the rift. They're almost there.
You know what? No. I can do this better. I'm trying to build too close to the rift when I don't need to. You can do this with 2 kill boxes. The first one should be back here in this room. It gives you the most opportunity to use a lot of wall traps and nothing else that really isn't needed. You can set up grinders in areas that aren't optimal, and then you get to use these in other places.
Perfect.
Yeah, but the delay isn't... Alright, so here's the thing about Stadia. Like, Stadia does have a minor delay based on your internet speed. Your internet speed is definitely going to determine how well this works. If Stadia has a poor connection for you, then the delay increases. But for me, and I can't say that this will work the same for everybody else, this is also why it's a good thing that they give you a trial period. For me, the delay is maybe about 10 to 15 milliseconds, which functionally is not that much. Like, I can barely tell the difference when I actually move the mouse and it moves on screen. The largest thing that you'll notice is more the not the delay from when your movements actually take place, but the loop back time between when your movements are read and then the images of what's changed get sent back to you. So, like, if I make a move and I do something, it happened, but, like, I'm actually seeing it slightly later than it happened. So, like, muscle memory plays more of a move in how things actually feel than anything else. Like, for this game, it's really not that big of a deal. For games that are really more hardcore shooters, you'll notice them a bit more. Like, one of the games that's on Stadia Pro that I was playing was Zombie Army 4, and it definitely feels more pronounced in that game than it does on something like this. Also, Stadia has the same issues that other streaming platforms does. Like, the bit rate isn't consistent, so sometimes the graphics quality of something will just kind of lower if there's too much going on. But let's get this started. What I need to do is I need to build another setup in this area right as the second gate opens, and I need to do it quick.
Enemies are preparing to breach one of our gates.
But yeah, if you need a lot of visual feedback in a game, Stadia is actually going to cause you a couple of issues
Here
there.
they come.
Fantastic.
Alright.
I need more help. Maybe I should go back to War Mage school. Really, none of my students saw that.
Alright, we just gotta get these trolls knocked out.
The big ones do die hard. Ooh.
That archer is definitely a freaking MVP. Whoop, I'm dead.
My age has
There
caught
are
with
enemies
me.
in our rift room.
Generally, that doesn't happen to me. Excuse me, you're the boss of what now?
Alright, got a little bit of cash back. So, here.
More enemies on the way.
Barricade,
Perfect fit.
barricade,
The enemy army is
grindy,
attacking
grindy,
one another.
grindy, and arrow wall.
Defenses have been breached again.
Placing traps is always fun.
The fact they called archer triggers me. Oh. Yes, they are crossbowmen, but
Easier than I anticipated.
crossbows are considered part of archery. Like, it's not a longbow or a composite, but
Five times bigger and dies 5 times harder.
had to jump on and thank you for your videos. Help me with a few of the levels. No problem, Mike. That's pretty much why I make them. Alright,
It
little
is
earth
my
bums.
pleasure.
Okay. Well, that is definitely doing wonders. Just gonna heal up real quick. Oh, somebody actually made it through.
They don't seem more intimidating.
Ah, you know what? Part of the reason why this is so tough is because I'm not using the ice amulet.
Who's the
Earth elementals are like super weak to ice. Passes some fried kobold poplars.
More enemies on the way.
Gonna stay and hang out for a while? No problem. I appreciate it. So I sold this. Let me put it back.
exactly where I want
And
it?
now we can
clearly good at this.
Whoa. So we only need a few more things over there to actually make sure that those elementals kind of don't make it out, which is good. It means those grinders are doing a lot of heavy duty.
Excuse me, you're the boss.
I guess you're talking about Luan Chill. And yes, he really does like food.
They're almost there.
5 times bigger and dies 5
Wait,
times
what?
harder.
Entering the rift.
Oh, I wasn't paying attention to the other lane. That was my fault. Yo, every time I look at chat, I just miss something. It's horrible. Worst streamer ever.
Barricade is under attack.
Hey, big guy.
Enemies at the rift. There are enemies in our rift room. They're almost. We only have half our rift points remaining.
The big ones
Enemies
do
at the
die
rift.
hard.
I'm Asian, we eat everything that twitches.
There are enemies. Hold them back. More enemies on the way.
Nope. Alright. People complaining about these locust swarms. I'm over here wishing to nab a few 100,000 to make into dishes. Just because you can eat everything doesn't always mean everybody wants to eat everything. Actually, is this a good idea? This could be a good idea. No, I don't like it this way. This one mirrors the side that's opposite me, though. If we do this...
And here, and here, and there.
Huh. If we get rid of that, we can do this.
Placing traps is always fun. I cannot be any more ready.
One of the things that's interesting about this map layout, the setup you did would have worked if you also spent your coins mid-wave. Yes, but not spending coins mid-wave if I'm reading chat and not paying attention, so...
Less is more. Much easier than I anticipated.
Alright, this is working. That should pretty much keep us alive. We got a corner.
He's not the boss anymore. Look, fantastic.
Oh man, freaking windows are great. Nope, not today.
Who's the boss now?
Alright, I'm just gonna use this moment to run back and heal. So is he.
There are enemies in our rift room.
Alright, but now I don't have to sell this. So, rather than build back there initially, I'm gonna basically mirror the setup that I had over here, but right here instead.
Enemies are attacking on another front. Watch out! Our enemies have broken through again.
Okay. So I do get the opportunity to let the kobolds run. I don't want to stay in that area just because of archers. But now we're basically defending at the same place.
Do not continue to disturb me. Five times bigger and dies 5 times harder.
Okay.
Much easier than I anticipated.
They're attacking the barricade.
They don't seem more intimidating.
Enemies at the rift.
Freaking kobolds.
They're up. They're entering the rift.
Alright. So there's two things that's happening here. I'm not making use of everything in this deck. And that can be fixed by doing this. That slight delay is what caused you to miss shots. No, it wasn't the delay. It's literally my own movement patterns.
A perfect fit. I'm clearly good at this. I'm always ready.
Get an alarm that tells you to check your coins every 15 seconds. That won't help me. Like, I look at the coins randomly.
Enemies are preparing to breach one
But
of our gates.
I'm still questioning what to build when I get into certain situations. There's some points where I'm fighting things and I could have put up a trap but didn't. Either because I'm trying to hold out and build something different, or you know, just because I'm focusing more on the fight than what else I could be throwing out.
You're the boss of what now?
I'm still surprised by how fast arrow balls take out ogres.
Much easier than I anticipated.
Like, every time it happens, grinder arrow ball. Alright, I guess we're not going to be skipping this one because they're giving me a skull.
Who's the boss now?
Wow, that heal is strong. You can see the damage that the grinder does, and the heal heals orcs about as fast as the grinder does damage. That's pretty crazy.
They don't seem more intimidating.
The barricade is under attack.
Alright, so you guys are going to be coming out here.
More enemies
Before
on
you
the
get
way.
here,
It's like
there we go.
Enemies are attacking from another
Grinder.
front.
You know, I could just burn immediately.
Have been breached again.
Slow.
Here they come.
Window. Alright, that's a good amount of damage.
dies 5 times harder.
Alright.
Have you missed me?
From here we should be good. The main thing is just destroying these Earth Lords as fast as humanly possible.
He's not the boss anymore.
And also freezing the elementals that pop out as soon as it happens. Those ogres are freaking evil. Alright.
Do we agree my health is low? I really do not want to do that.
Alright, it's cool if we got the freeze off.
Something I would want to
Enemies
do
at the
again.
rift.
Grinder's still pulling its weight. Everything here except for the trolls is half dead.
Fantastic.
Nice. Okay, so now we pretty much should be alright. We're going to build out a bit more though.
On the way.
Perfect.
Okay. So we got both gates open, but this one's a bit easier to defend. Probably shouldn't have turned everything into ballista.
The big ones do die hard. Five times bigger and dies 5 times harder. Excuse me, you're the boss of what now?
Don't need to die right now. Okay, so this side is the one that's really starting to give us issues. If we build this up a little bit more,
Placing traps is always fun.
we'll probably be alright. Another window, stone in place window. We need some windows over there.
And after all these years,
I probably need more arrow walls, actually. Like, arrow walls are the answer to the heavy enemies.
much easier than I anticipated.
Okay.
Who's the boss now?
Whoa.
Boy, they got me. Now that I'm
All right.
back, maybe I should try not to die. Less
Whoa.
is more.
There are enemies in our rift room.
I probably should have let that hunter just run into the rift rather than trying to fight him. Okay. So this side is still sort of the one that's giving us issues.
More enemies on the way.
I would like to try to remedy part of that by doing something like this.
They're attacking a barricade.
Okay, add another one of those. And I think we'll kind of start having fewer enemies filter through now. I think we probably need to push this lane back a little bit further, and just so it'll give the ballista more time. And then we can just spam those, and that'll get us a lot of damage.
Fantastic.
More windows. Oh, they can't go everywhere. Like, the torches block them in a lot of places. We can put one here, though.
The big ones do die hard.
Again? What? Not today, buddy. Come on.
Seem more intimidating.
Okay.
Much easier than I anticipated.
The heavy enemies coming out of that side just have like the slightest amount of HP left.
He's not the boss anymore.
You know what? Whoa, that was a mistake.
5 times bigger and dies 5 times harder.
That could have caused me a lot of problems.
Exactly where I
More
wanted.
enemies on the way!
Okay. Grab this. Grab these. Okay, so this side could have another one of those.
Here and
That.
The barricade is under attack!
Are these sappers or? Yeah. Okay, that I'm fine with. There's so many extricades in these formations that they're really not doing anything.
Excuse me, you are the boss's what now?
Honestly, the scariest thing about all of this is the amount of knoll hunters they're throwing at me. This is nuts.
Who's the boss now? Much easier than I anticipated.
Like, it is just knoll after knoll in here.
They're attacking
Ooh.
the barricade!
Clearly good at this.
Okay. I think we're good now.
More enemies on the way!
Like, we could do something like this, this, and... Nope, they won't even let me place another wall trap over there. Okay. They know what's up.
Barricade is under attack!
Okay. As long as the Earth Lords and the Earth Elementals aren't really getting through easily, then we are A-okay. And I think we've pretty much solved that problem now.
5 times bigger and dies 5 times harder.
Yeah, that Earth Lord pretty much got wrecked from start to finish.
The big ones do die hard.
They're attacking the barricade!
A perfect fit.
Alright, they're still blowing up the barricades. Oh my gosh. You big cat bastard. They are shoveling out a ton of enemies here, though.
Perfect. They don't seem more intimidating.
Well, this is going to be really rough as far as the par goes. Oh, come on, just die, please. Where's... Oh, where... There is nothing that should have been there.
Something I have grown accustomed to.
Alright, I think we can do that better, but like, there was nothing on the minimap there at the end. Delay? No, that wasn't delay. That was an issue with the game. You're never gonna let it go.
Placing traps is
No,
always
like,
fun.
so a delay wouldn't not show you things that are happening in the game because you're only being shown what has basically been processed. Delay is gonna have, like, is gonna matter with things like input, not like the game not giving you your victory screen.
That will do nicely.
No, not worth it. You know what?
I'm ready.
A photo finish. Same setup you did before, but just have the double corner arrow wall instead.
Enemies are preparing to breach one of our gates. They've broken through a gate. Here they come.
Do not continue to disturb me. Excuse me, you're the boss of what now?
They're almost there.
Wait, what?
They're entering the rift.
What did I not see? Grinder at the corner is not that great. Ogre charge? Oh, no. It likely, yeah. Ogre charge does cause some crazy issues. Enemies won't show up on the mini-map after an ogre charge sometimes.
Exactly where I want it.
And it causes some magical BS to happen.
It's like decorations that kill.
Actually, rather than count on this, we could give the trap trinket a shot.
No one
It'll give us faster traps, like the cooldown for the traps will be lower. That could actually account for making the grinders better and just letting us do a lot of other things quicker than we would normally.
Enemies are preparing to breach one of our gates. They've broken through a gate.
It is my pleasure. bigger and dies 5 times harder.
The barricade is under
Okay.
attack.
Just want to let them get closer.
Who's the boss now?
Alright, that was bad. I ran into like 3 arrows to the face.
They don't seem more intimidating.
Ah!
Really not something you plan for.
I should have just shot instead of jumping first.
Exhausting.
Alright.
More enemies on the way.
So, what
Our
if...
enemies are breaking through elsewhere. Look out! Our defenses have been breached
No.
again.
Alright, I should do that.
Here they come.
Placing traps is always fun.
They're attacking a barricade.
Not bad. There's one more Earth Lord coming.
Just your basic orc killing.
I am lucky those arrows didn't hit me. Alright, so this grinder needs to be sold here. Actually, that grinder may be okay. Just need to do one of those. Get you out of the way. And now that we're out of guys with arrows, at least I thought we were,
He's not the boss anymore.
get my health back. Alright,
More enemies on the
now we
way.
got both sides to deal
Really
with.
good at this.
I want to put another grinder here.
Perfect.
And then is this side really safe yet? No.
Perfect fit.
Alright, the initial wave of fast enemies I think we're good with.
The big ones do die hard.
And my only real good way of dealing with big enemies is going to be arrow walls, so I need more of those.
He's not the boss anymore.
I think that's... I'm going to square that up right, so let me not
Excuse me.
try to place that too poorly. That's a problem.
Who's the boss now? What? Fantastic.
Okay.
That won't happen.
Whoa, that was close. If I had to reload, I'd have lost that.
That's right.
More enemies
I'm
on the
back.
way.
Too much thinking, not enough impulse.
That will do nicely. really good at this.
Really?
They don't seem more intimidating. This is still very pleasing.
Okay. So we're fine. We just need more damage now.
Much easier than I anticipated.
Okay. Next lane's booting up. Got you coming.
5 times bigger and dies 5 times harder.
Alright, and these guys are pretty much toast. Now, 1, 2.
More enemies on the way!
Placing traps is always fun.
Hey, what's going on, Johnny? I think this should be good now. Like, we didn't die as many times. We got the trap set up a bit sooner. And I think we're doing alright. You get them orcs, man.
Excuse me, you're the boss of what now?
Like, I would probably attribute it mostly to the trap reset trinket, just allowing the grinders to reset a bit faster. I think it makes them a lot more effective.
They don't seem more intimidating.
But also more placement of the fire arrow walls. I want to get another one of those up right here. And then we can place another brimstone out of the end there. That should make sure that anything that's super heavy is kind of taken care of. Let's see how well this armored ogre makes it through. Armored ogre did not make it through. That's good.
Fantastic.
Okay, just gonna back off for a second.
The big ones do die hard.
Alright, so we have enough damage to take care of an armored ogre
Who's the
with
boss
traps,
now?
which is good.
He's not the boss anymore.
No, we don't want to do that.
Much
You can do that,
easier than
though.
anticipated. Who's the boss now?
Okay, so now we can build back a little bit further to here. That should be good enough. Surprised they don't let you put anything on this wall. Maybe you only get to use one of those walls. Let's do that. Ballista spam time? Yeah, pretty much.
The barricade is under attack!
Alright, so explodey boys are coming. Alright, if none of the Earth Lords or Elf Elementals make it through, we're doing perfect. And it looks like they're all clean. Does this game have something similar to the Dark Elves and Dungeon Defenders where they ignore structures and come straight for you? Yeah, those are the gnolls.
The big ones do die hard.
These guys right here. Big purple wolf looking bastards. Wait, they got... Are those... Oh, Grenadier gnolls. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna need you to stop throwing the grenades and just die, man.
5 times harder.
Thank you. Oh no, you don't.
He's not the boss anymore.
More enemies on the way!
Ballista, use your bloody coins.
That would be nice.
It's fine, dude. You get a bunch of coins that, like, literally when the wave number changes. And usually it's about 3,000, so...
This all still seems very easy.
Alright, that's good. Next wave has a couple of heavy enemies at the back. Alright, that's all hit with all the windows. Window there might actually not be the best thing.
Excuse me, you're the boss of what now?
The barricade
Whoa.
is under attack!
Okay. So use trap reset to buy yourself a few seconds.
Fantastic.
I just need to figure out which enemy was stalled and not dying.
5 times
Alright,
bigger,
these guys are
but
coming out
5
here.
times harder.
They're not gonna do too much.
He's not the boss anymore.
Okay, that's fine. Everything should be fed into the traps within the next 10 seconds.
Much easier than I anticipated.
Alright. This is the only lane where they'll have anything alive. We're good.
Oh, it is still fun to win.
I agree. The windows were probably a bit of an issue and probably could have been cleaned up like towards the end of the last wave. Remember, dude, dying is suboptimal. Actually, in this game, not always. Dying doesn't have a cost on anything other than you dealing damage, and it's about 3 seconds. If you're fighting near your rift, you might not actually lose that much DPS, especially if you get your mana back and you have something that uses it offensively. Alright, either way, that's almost enough coins to get a suit. Where is Polymorph Gabriella? Let's do it.
I'm ready. Okay, ready.
But yeah, that part-time was like way tighter than it needed to be. Guardian Archers. Every time VP doesn't spend his coins. Look, man, keep flipping tables. It's completely alright. The tables will not harm you. But actually, I need to take a quick bathroom break. Alright, alright. Enough of that. So Biscuit's gone for the night. Johnny says Shadow the Tomb Raider is a good game. It looks like a good game. Like all the recent Tomb Raider reboots were well received. I have no reason to think unfavorably of any of those. I guess you're really enjoying it. Dang, good stream. Glad I've got nowhere to be. Currently doing some Endless and getting slaughtered. Dude, Endless is really fun in this game. Mainly because of the amount of experimentation you get to do. The only issue with it is that Stadia doesn't allow you to be AFK for more than like 15 minutes. I think after 15 minutes, it sends you back to the home screen. But it keeps your game running for like another 5. Excuse me. So if you come back and, you know, it just logs you out, you can still get back to your game. But if you take too long, your game's gone. And the only thing that remains for you is infinite sadness. But we have reached the point where Guardian Archers are unlocked. Cliffside. So, this feels kind of weird, nostalgic, because Cliffside is a level that technically has existed in other Orc games. It just didn't look like this. And this is the weirdest, most blue water I've ever seen. There's more of those tiny explosion barrels. Currently, it has some serious flaws, that's for sure, but it works pretty well. That's alright. I hear people have been sending a lot of feedback to the devs about it, and so whenever we get that update, it should fix some things. Like, I'm not sure what state it'll be in afterwards, but you know, we'll see when it gets here. So, this level was always kind of weird with the par times. You have to deal with 3 gates. I think you can technically only plan on funneling 2, or you have to just set up a bunch of like really suboptimal traps to par here. But it's okay. I think that's fine. It takes like what, 3 or 4 barricades to seal it. Oh, you can do it with 3. I'm so not used to placing barricades through things. That just seems so weird. But that forces everything around here.
Exactly where I want it.
No, this is a bit much. Why don't we just, for now, let them come on through. Maybe we just do it like this.
It's like decorations that kill.
Wait, what are we fighting this level? Of course, trolls, ogres. We got Cyclops mages. Weak against headshots and physical. Strong against all elements in arcane. Okay. That's not good. We're gonna have sappers. Okay, so there's gonna be shenanigans, basically. Alright, but still no fire fiends. So the only thing that's really resistant to fire here that we'll have to worry about are the mages. Everything else should be pretty straightforward. Like windows there and there should be fine. I don't know if we're gonna have kobolds first though. We're gonna do that. Alright, I think that's fine to start. We'll respawn right here. We should only have enemies coming from the left for the first 2 waves at least.
Enemies are preparing to breach one of our gates. They've broken through a gate.
Have you missed me? Who's the boss now? The big ones do die hard. Placing trenches always powerful. How can I blame
I didn't get to... Yep,
It's not something
that's a shame.
I would want to.
I didn't dodge the arrow, and I didn't switch to the stone staff to stone them in time, so that pretty much was a loss on my part. I was in the middle of flipping weapons when
I'm clearly
the
good at
kobold got
this.
through. I feel like I'm spending too much on not barricades. And we can do just one. No, we can't. We need 2 here. Okay, that only leaves us 2 grand. You know what?
Perfect.
Let's just double
When
up on
have I
grinders for now.
Ready.
I think if we focus on just dealing some extra damage there, we'll be fine. Like, we were doing okay with the amount of damage that the grinders were
Enemies are
putting out,
preparing to breach one of our gates.
but
They've broken through a gate.
I can probably use the trap reset trinket to replenish the grinders after taking out a set of heavy enemies, just to make sure that they're dealing damage after the fact.
It is my pleasure. They don't seem more intimidating. Excuse me, you're the boss of what now?
Okay.
Five times bigger and dies 5 times harder.
Whoa.
Enemies at the rift. There are enemies in our rift room.
Being this close to death seems bad.
They're almost there.
Yeah, I'm taking damage. Alright.
They're entering the rift. We only have half our rift points remaining.
So, that was all heavies. Wait, why are you even still following me? What the hell? This is their idle animation. They're never supposed to do this. Like, this is literally never supposed to happen. He won't hit me. Unless I get close. Okay. Will you stop now? If I die, will he go into the rift? Like, what's going on here?
I'm going to need some healing. Wait, they got me.
Okay. Yeah.
That was much easier when I was much younger. Ouch!
That's so weird. Yeah, I think that's a bug. I don't know why it happened. I don't think they're supposed to get fixated on you that hard. Okay, so we're not dealing enough elemental damage here. Because the heavy enemies are just running through. We have a lot of heavy enemies. And I'm trying to deal with all of the small ones easily rather than actually just blow everything up. So, rather than all the shenanigans that we were just doing,
Exactly where I wanted
go.
it. That will do nicely.
Force everybody to
As
back out.
ready as I will ever be.
Deal with them as they come. Gotta make use of these bombs that we have hanging up too.
Enemies are preparing to breach one of our gates.
That was
They've
definitely
broken through
interesting
a
though.
gate.
Just that guy refused to go into the rift.
Here they come.
Yep.
Who's the boss now? The big ones do die hard.
Alright, this is when we run into an issue.
Almost there.
And after all these years,
Enemies at the rift.
Alright.
Our rift.
I know I'm spending too much money on barricades too soon. There's no way for me to cleanly just say that these guys have to go this way.
and here, and here,
Except for that.
and there.
Okay. That saves me cash. They automatically go this way now.
A perfect fit.
That might be the difference. No, let's do that a little bit different. Kobolds die immediately.
Decorations that kill.
Now, the fire arrow is the best choice here. They're good. The grinder's okay, but it also just does the same job ultimately that the let's get rid of the grinder here. Yeah, it's gonna sell it, blah blah blah. Let us put back yeah, I guess we can go with the blade wall. And then above that, arcane.
I cannot be any more ready.
Alright, we won't be doing electric damage, but we'll be doing something. This will be a better setup versus the mages.
Enemies are preparing to breach one of our gates.
It won't be better versus the trolls, though. The trolls are probably the worst thing that we have to deal with.
Here they come.
We'll have to eventually set up some sort of fire damage shenanigans for them. But we got to slow here.
That's right. I'm back. Much easier than I anticipated.
You know what? freeze everybody and kill the archers. Not a bad idea.
Fantastic. He's not the boss anymore.
Alright,
Seem more intimidating.
we should be fine. We just need to heal now.
Who's the boss now?
So I'm gonna do that now. Not really worried too much about what else is around the corner here. And there we go.
Fantastic.
Full clip. Alright, next wave's coming.
Enemies on the way.
Perfect.
I think that's fine.
I'm clearly good at this.
Alright, we got a set of fast enemies coming through too. Let's do that. There's our mages. We got the heavy stuff set up, or the heavy trap set up to deal with them.
Enemies on
Okay,
the rift.
that's just not cool.
The big ones do die hard.
Alright, trap setup seems to actually be doing something now.
Much easier than I anticipated.
And I don't think this would have worked out nearly as well if I was using the wall charger instead of the wall blades. Like, it would have been just a tad too expensive and I wouldn't have been able to set everything up as quickly. Alright, now one of the issues that we're going to have next, I think, is the next gate that opens up. I don't remember exactly where it is,
Excuse me, you're the boss of what now?
but I think it's the gate that we already basically have pathing for.
5 times bigger and dies 5 times harder.
Just stop. And so we'll switch those.
More enemies on the
Oh no! That's horrible.
Our enemies are breaking through elsewhere. Watch out! Our enemies have broken through again.
Placing traps is always fun. And here, and here, and there.
They're attacking a barricade.
Okay. Yeah, I'm in trouble now.
There are enemies in our rift room. They've destroyed a barricade.
Okay.
They're almost there.
Good thing this is just a game.
That's game. So rather than in the previous difficulties, they don't give you both of those gates opening at the same time. So in this one, oh man, that means that you have to close off one side of the rift, fight the other one, and then either set up decoys to prevent this from getting blown open.
Exactly where I want it.
Or we can just let everybody run this way. This will cost the same amount of barricades, though, won't it? Yeah.
Perfect.
You get roughly the same space to set up, but you have more walls over here. So this is probably the best place. I guess if it's only happening for a couple of waves, it's really not that big a deal. Yeah, that does. But it's just that, like, that initial realization that the waves are going to open in a different manner than they did before.
And here, and here, and
Like,
there.
there's just no recovering from that, too. Dude. Yeah, there's 2 spaces back. No, we'd still want to do that. Okay. Yeah, let's do it this way. We're gonna have the waves split for like the first 2 waves. Some of them are gonna go left, some of them are gonna go right. Is this game out? It's out on Stadia.
Here they come.
It is a Stadia exclusive. No, I pushed the wrong button.
He's not the boss anymore.
Okay.
A barricade is under attack.
More worried about me than the barricade right now.
They're almost there.
Who's the boss now?
Alright, that's one of them. We just gotta get the other one taken out. Nice.
Less is more.
What?
Enemies at the rift.
No! The reload!
Entering the rift.
The reload! Damn it. The reload got me. That was a shame. Actually, with the way that this map is set up, maybe this isn't the way that I want to do this as far as the damage dealing goes. We could drop these and then take the blade staff and the ice amulet. Oh, I don't have the buffs on the ice amulet right now. We could go back and buff the ice amulet. Take things off the stone staff. Could try to do it with the stone staff. I don't think it works as well though. Let's give it a shot. It can't be that bad. Do I have the upgrades on blade staff though? No, I don't. Okay. If we don't have the upgrades on it, let's not worry about it for now. Only single player? No, it's co-op.
A perfect fit. That will do nicely.
Could like make them go through here. Eventually, when we get to the other side, they're gonna come through here anyway, and then I get to use more of this wall space. This really isn't doing me any more favors though. You know what? Why don't? No, same thing. Okay.
Placing traps is always fun. I'm clearly good at this.
me just deal what we have coming out of here.
Preparing to breach one of our gates. They've broken through a gate. Here they come.
Much easier than I anticipated.
Okay.
They don't seem more intimidating. Wow, fantastic. The big ones do die hard.
Okay. I must have got that shot off before he got stoned.
They don't seem more intimidating.
Alright, this isn't too bad. As long as the heavy guys don't get around the corner, we should do fine with the rest of this wave. Say that as they turn the corner.
Much easier than I anticipated.
Okay. Just deal with them one at a time now. Come on.
Fantastic.
I like the way that window of butterflies basically handled that orc for me this entire time.
Now. Five times bigger.
Okay.
Dies 5 times harder.
So that was the hardest part.
More enemies on the way.
We get to deal
It's
with
like
that.
decorations that kill.
This.
Placing traps is always fun.
Alright, I'm healing. Because I don't want to die. And then... it should basically start to handle itself. But I need to plan on what to do with the next wave. Because we have sappers coming.
He's not the boss anymore.
Like, I think the best thing to do might be to just place a couple of decoy barricades where we know the sappers are going to be coming from, but I don't know how many there are either.
Excuse me, you're the boss of what now?
And I know that normally to par this map, you have to place a lot of other traps around just to pad the damage and spread it around when enemies are doubling back like this. Otherwise, they'll eat up all your time. Alright, we don't have that many enemies left, so we're going to have to get those decoy barricades up ASAP.
Bigger and dies 5 times harder.
Okay, so why don't we do that?
More enemies on the way.
I think that's where they came from. If that's the case, we're fine.
Look out! Our defenses have been breached again.
Another slow.
Perfect.
Okay, so they're coming from the center and the left.
barricade is under attack.
So the ones in the top left gate, it looks like they're probably archers. Alright, I'm gonna go heal real quick. Alright, that's good.
Easier than I anticipated. I almost forgot how powerful I can be.
Dynamite archers. Alright. I can't get close to them, and I don't have a really easy way to deal with them other than just making sure that they get crowd control and wrecked by traps like everybody else.
They don't seem more intimidating.
Alright, looks like this is the kill box to go with though.
Who's the boss now?
They're attacking a barricade.
Alright, I gotta go kill that last guy without letting him live too long. If 2 yellow dots, then TNT. If 3 yellow dots, then sappers. They don't always seem to show up in the same quantities on the minimap though. Like it only looked like 2 when the first set of sappers came through, but then there's another one like kind of merged into them. Okay. Alright, so that's 3. That means that the... Yep, sappers.
A barricade is under attack.
Yes.
That will do nicely.
They're attacking a barricade.
I need more help. Death is really not something you plan for. Dying and quickly coming back to life, I cannot recommend.
Okay.
He's not the boss anymore.
Alright, so as far as controlling the horde,
They don't seem more
this is kind of working out. Damage-wise, I could probably use a couple of boosts. I gotta be careful with those mages too. They deal a lot of damage. I think they only need like 5 shots to blow up a barricade.
Much easier than I anticipated. I need more coin for that.
And the way that you make the wave end sooner is to basically clean out the back of the back of the enemies that are pathing rather than a group that is already going to be running into your traps. All right, so we have a good amount of time for 3 waves. I think we should be fine here.
I'm clearly good at this.
Trap reset trinket is so satisfying. It is. Especially when you have like your traps layered so that you get to see what your combos and whatnot look like. It's really good. Okay.
Maybe my age has caught up with me.
Oh no.
Coming back to life is harder in your 50s.
I don't think that's enough to actually blow this up.
They're attacking a barricade.
It's a good thing they really only go for 1 barricade at a time rather than like all 3. Like, that's the blessing and the curse about AoE damage in this game. Like, it's not huge for you, but it's not huge for the enemies either. And Unchained, if like it blew up 1 barricade, it'd probably wreck like 3 or 4 around it.
Fantastic.
Okay, these guys are sort of the stragglers now. So what we want to do is, oh wow, these are all trolls. Trolls you pretty much have to take out with burst damage. There's really no option otherwise.
Who's the boss now? Exactly where I want it. What? Fantastic.
Okay.
More enemies on the way!
Just gonna double check these cades. That's more sappers.
They're attacking a barricade.
Alright.
They don't seem more intimidating.
You tried double jump into portal as Warwick. Split stairs as 4 portals. They work 3 different ways. Double jumping into a portal as Warwick? No. Is there like a bug with his teleport or
Much easier
something?
than I anticipated.
Alright, so we'll have this
The big ones do
and one more wave
Barricade
afterwards.
is under attack.
It's crazy how big this swarm is. Like, I think that should be the last bit. The ones coming out of the far left gate. So they should basically just be dead as they come through here.
You're the boss of what now? 5 times bigger and dies 5 times harder.
Alright, we can sell a couple of these, specifically this barricade.
Excuse me, you're the boss of what now?
But not if we need speed. Alright, that should give me enough time to heal. I saw the trap and not the barricade. Alright, whatever.
More
Hey, my
enemies
old
on
friend,
the way.
Ballista Spam. Yes.
I'm clearly good at this.
And there we go. That looks like more archers. I love the range on the ballistas in this game too. Like, they're really good.
He's not the boss anymore.
Why? That is a really sturdy barricade.
They don't seem more intimidating.
It's taken like... Oh, you know what? I know what it is. Those sappers in the center have run so close together that they're not actually individually hitting the barricade. The first one's getting to the barricade and blowing the other two up as it explodes, so it hasn't taken as much damage as you'd expect it to. Oh, that was cool.
Just your basic orc killing.
Those guys are nuts. I found sealing the ballistas to be better than Dragon Lances and Unchained for some reason.
The big ones do die hard.
So it depended on what sort of trap setup you were using. If you were using a lot of elemental traps, Arcane sort of lowered. Well, no. Like the Dragon Lances did less damage, and if you weren't stacking a lot of Arcane damage, then Sealing Ballista would have just dealt more damage up front. If you were dealing arcane damage yourself or you had multiple sources, then the Dragon Lances were about as good.
Anticipated.
Okay, so we just need to pick off the guys in the back here, since they're going to be the last ones to actually get anywhere and do anything. And we're good here.
Now.
There we
When
go.
I am not mentoring children, I'm winning.
Ballista spam good for kill streak. As long as the enemies kind of stream in, yeah. All right, so actually, is there any difference in this Gabriella skin? Like I have polymorph Gabriella. I didn't even look for differences in the skin. Combo bonus. All right, let's move on to the next map. Take Vorwick if you play next. I read that too late. We're outpost and Bank of Archers. The front lawn. Oh, her outfit is just like super dark. Or maybe that's just the shadows. It doesn't seem like there's much difference there. You can't even really see it yourself. I guess, what if I hop into...
Now this should make quite a mess.
Yeah, you still can't see anything. Is it the lack of gray hairs? No, so she still has like color in her hair. It looks like it's just blue. Like, honestly, it seems just like Gabriella with a dye job. Now you can see it from the top of her hair, even though it's really hard because you can't get the camera to face you. Actually, they don't have like a photo mode or anything in this game. What's the help do? Team communication. Yeah, haven't used that. Interact, enter war machine, rotate, trap, sell, strafe. The barricade slides just in the help menu. Oh, there's a slide for endless too. Okay. No photos though. I don't know. I guess you'll just have... You can only show the skin to someone else. Okay. Alright, that area is probably useless. Oh, actually, let's go back and hit the spell book up anyway. I might change characters. I might just try some other stuff out. But I want to actually use the War Outpost. I don't have its thing here yet, though. We're definitely going to make use of the Bank of Archers. We can have them deal fire arrow damage. The arrows rarely hit, so it's like, what's the point? There's an additional volley of arrows, too. They don't fire it immediately. It's like first fire, the first arrow fires, and then like a short second later they fire a second arrow. It definitely increases their damage because they're firing more often, but it's not like rapid fire. It would be nice if you would show how Vorwick's double jump work in portals. I will share it to devs. Alright, I'll pick Vorwick. Let's go with the fire arrows here. Alright. So we've got the fire arrow upgrade on the Bank of Archers. Excuse me. This might be the last one I can actually fit in the stream tonight. I'll probably do another stream of this, and then we'll see how far we can get on Rift Lord tomorrow, too. Maybe we can actually get through most of the rest of the game, if not the entire thing. Okay. Do I want to try? I want to try the Shock Zapper. Something that I probably haven't used enough of. I kind of want to keep the Trap Trinket on too, though. I could probably ditch the Stone Staff. Alright, so let's go ahead and change to Warwick.
It's time.
No skins for Warwick right now.
I'm ready.
That's a shame. Actually, does Max? No, Prisoner Max is just Prisoner Max. Okay.
I've been waiting for this.
Is there anything else I want to change right now? I think we're good. Okay. Okay.
Can you top that, Cygnus?
Well, is the bug that they have you move in a different direction than where the portal lets you out?
No one is a match for me.
Oh, this... Okay. So... here's what's happening. Every time you go through a portal using Vorwick's teleport, it looks like... Yes, but other portals don't teleport. You always continue moving in this direction. Like towards the left side of the screen. Or at least the left side of the mini-map. If I go through here...
They'll be talking about me for ages.
I move, like, as soon as I go through the portal, I'm moving this way. I should be moving wherever forward is. Same thing happens here. I go towards this direction.
Ah, to be young, angry, and powerful.
Young, angry, and powerful? I mean, that's definitely odd on its own, just because that could wind
As
up
if
having you
anyone
move
was
to
not
some...
already impressed. I may just be the best war mage ever.
It's... excuse me. Alright, so I guess we should just get started. Because this is gonna take a little bit of time to get done.
I am what all apprentices should strive to be. Efficient placement equals efficient killing.
Alright, so that blocks off one side. You can block off either side that you want. That works, I guess. So we're not going to be using butterfly windows here, which means we can bring a different trap. What I'm going to bring is... Actually, let's drop that for the wall charger too. Just bring the charger. Just bring the zappity zapper. Where are you? There we go. Okay, and then I'm gonna take a war outpost. Now I don't have the special upgrade for the war outpost yet. How far forward can you set this? You want to make sure you can block off the left side of this. So it's good to have both, like, two different ceiling traps here, because you can set up
This can only go on the ceiling.
stuff like this so that you can deal damage to enemies as they're coming towards you. Hit them with one of those, a little bit of that, this, and then I like to place the second
spot is
barricade
perfect.
behind, and then, like, that's a lot, and you probably don't need all of this here. Mainly all of the ballista. Though they're a bit more accurate than
Right there.
you know, the these guys.
We shall not falter.
It's not a bad idea to just let them do their thing in the beginning.
We never miss.
Okay. If you place these facing the same way, you get a little pathway that you can walk across too. So if you go up one, you kind of have like an entire set of ceiling space to walk across.
Rain death upon them this day.
Actually, it's interesting. Did I place these wrong? Yeah, I did. Okay.
Why can't we use these all the time?
Alright, so we got fire arrows, we got arcane ballista, we got electric, slow. Man, I probably should have went with just regular fire brimstone here. No, we got fire on the arrow balls, so I guess it's not too bad either.
The orcs will feel our wrath.
Place outpost under hero if you want to have blue skin.
This one packs a punch.
Okay. It just transfers the glowing effect of like buying and selling to the hero. And then you do it again and it goes away.
This will wipe them out.
Wait, if you just place it again, but
How could they
no, you
continue
have to
after
place
seeing
yourself.
this?
You have to place yourself into where the portal is, I guess. Or just walk through the portal. That's what it is. It's the portal effect, not actually going through all the way. Actually, I don't even think you can do it everywhere. You have to place it next to another one so that you're in the portal.
What a wonderful creation.
But yeah, walk through. Gone. Try to place outposts and wait to teleport you on top after placement. Yeah, that's you set it next to another one and that prevents it from moving as much. Alright, but that's all we need. That's this setup initially. Like everything will be coming over here. We should keep that gone for now. Use one of these. And that gives us something to work with. Most of the enemies will be going through here. I've done this setup before in Rift Lord. I'm not sure if it'll work just as easily here. But, I'm sorry, not in Rift Lord, in War Mage. Because I wasn't using the Shock Zapper, which is why the Shock Zapper isn't mastered yet. I was using Haymakers. Haymakers are also really good with this setup. They ultimately will trap a lot of enemies in them because enemies can't walk through the haymakers because it's a physics trap. It'll slow them down if they're heavy and just deal a lot of damage to them. Wow, those fire arrows really do a lot of damage. Wow. So the Shock Zappers don't really seem to be that impressive. They're not upgraded right now, so that's probably part of the issue. Actually, I could probably do this a lot better if I upgrade them. Because they're a charge-based trap.
It will have to be better than that.
Alright, almost done. This is a lot of wave just for killing orcs. There's very few combos done here. Okay. 7 to 10 banks of archers kill boss in a few seconds. Yeah, I believe it. Okay, so keep the pathing going. You do something like this. And then we get another shock zapper up there.
Another foe vanquished.
Okay. So this should give me my shock zapper mastery with pretty much no extra effort. And then once I have the cash, we can get another set of archers up here. It's funny though, I feel like because of the huge amount of cash that you get on war scenarios, it's pointless for them to throw sappers at you because they can't throw enough sappers at you that they could really wreck like the barricade setups that you would be able to build with this much coin if you committed to it. So they just don't even try. What they do is there's a boss that will just try to destroy your cades himself, and since, you know, he doesn't kill himself,
The big bad has been defeated.
he can just blow up as many of your cades as you allow him to.
Even their strongest mean nothing before me.
Alright, we just keep this chain going.
Wise choice by the great Vault. I won't let anyone into the rift. Their boss, their loss. Not much of a leader at all. Exactly who was he the boss of?
Wow, the archers are actually landing shots back this far. Not bad.
Even their strongest mean nothing before me.
Okay. So here's our third bank of flaming
This
archers.
will wipe them out.
And next we can just start placing some more ballista up front here. You gotta be careful though. Their archers, like whatever kind of archers they use, they're usually dynamite archers here. They will do their best to basically blow up your rangers or guardians here. You can see almost everybody in the first set of guardian archers is gone. They will not come back on Rift Lord, I think, because there's no go breaks. Maybe they'll still restore them on a certain wave. We'll see.
See how you handle this. We use these all the time.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that like a lot of players seem to want to be able to use word traps or word scenario traps all the time, and the characters in game pretty much feel the same way.
The big bad has been defeated.
Actually, I didn't check to see if the trap reset trinket will summon your archers back. If so, then that would be pretty good.
Couldn't be better.
Okay. Just gonna disappear in front of me? Oof. No, it doesn't look like it get revived here.
Enemies on the way!
Oh man. This game does not like that many arrows being in the air.
They will have to be better than that.
Kill streaks are nice.
Another foe vanquished. They will have to be better than that. Even their strongest mean nothing before me. Their boss.
Okay, let's see. Got the trinket ready. Nope, it will not revive those archers. If they go down, they're gone. Excuse me.
How could they continue after seeing this? Not much of a leader at all.
More enemies on the
This
way!
one packs a punch.
There we go. Gorbash.
Bash ingratiates us with his presence.
Stupid indeed, but he will try and destroy any barricades we have.
Maybe try to revive them again. Maybe they need 2 resets. I don't know, dude. They've said reset like 300 times and they're still dead.
Big Bad has been defeated.
Wow, he didn't make it anywhere. Yep, definitely not doing it.
This should work. Cygnus was never as good at this as me.
Alright, this will pretty much be it. They're definitely getting cooked by all of this electricity. I don't even think they're really making it past the second one now.
Reset.
Exactly who was he the boss of?
The flame archers do a lot more damage than the base ones too. Like, not too many traps get an upgrade that makes them feel quite that strong.
Reset. Reset. Ready? Reset.
Is it really just this one guy left? Yeah. Nope, there's a couple in the back. Okay. Gorbash, ooh, almost didn't pick up that skull. I was about to say, I know Gorbash dropped one. Where'd you come from?
These fools never had a chance.
On split stairs very quick, bottom right portal. I'll give it a shot. So split stairs is no, it's 5. Okay. So you want it on the bottom right portal, which is through here. Or wait. Alright, so do you mean this portal? Right here?
I really am the best. No one is a match for me. What? That did not. I'm back to finish my job. Can you talk? This will not happen again. Coming back to life does take a toll.
Yep, it just kills you.
There'll be. I will finally learn what is down here. Death does truly suck.
So with this one, it looks like
I'm falling. I've returned.
Oh,
Won't the
don't
orcs
teleport?
Be surprised?
wait, what do you mean don't teleport? Just yeah, it's definitely a big bug. Like, it doesn't teleport, and if you, it behaves as though you exited from the top portal, and then it auto-corrects you to go west, and you just fall into that pool that basically kills you for no reason. That sucks. But it's good. Like, I'll see if I can clip that out and send it to the devs. But yeah, that is going to be I think that's going to be it for me tonight, guys. thanks to everybody for coming out. I sincerely appreciate it. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I'll again be trying to do the rest of Riftlord, however much more I can get done tomorrow night, and you know, hopefully you guys have the ability to join me then. Either way, if you aren't able to catch it, the VOD of the streams are always up after the stream's over, and you know, you can catch it then. Feel free to drop some comments on either the previous videos, upcoming streams, or the community tab. And as always, if you enjoyed what you saw here tonight, feel free to follow the stream. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Once I get my new hard drive in and have it replaced, I'll be working on getting some more videos and stuff out. And yeah, we'll see where it goes from there. But I'll be playing more of this today, and if we get finished Riftlord, I'll probably go into Endless, and at some point probably start playing Fate Tactics from Endless Fluff, which is a game that I've been waiting to come out for quite some time. Either way, that'll be it for now, and until next time, as always, take care of yourself, folks, and have a good one. Peace.